They're fresh selection sheets, Madam Clerk. I don't have them handy here.
Yes, they came out in an email from the council meeting updates at 8:44 a.m. It should be in your inbox.
Weird. I don't have it.
Yeah,
So
we can just resend them to you, Mr. Mayor.
great. Thank you. Sorry. That's what I was looking for here. But
Yeah,
okay.
well, Erin, I'll just resend them over to you. There's 4 additions and 2 requests for time specific, but if you need us, we can read those out for you.
Okay. Well, I think we can wing it here. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the June 7th, 2021 council meeting. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional land where we reside today, which is Treaty 6 territory. And thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Nehiyah, the Dene, the Anishinaabe, the Nakota Iska, and the Niitsitapi peoples. And we also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of one of the largest communities of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. This is a welcoming place for all people who come from around the world to share this city as a home. And together, especially today, we call upon all of our collective and honored traditions and spirits to work in building a great city for today and for future generations. So we'll have more to say on reconciliation later, but I thought we needed the full acknowledgement today. So before we go any further, though, I will roll call for attendance this morning. Let's start this morning with Councillor Essinger.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Morning, Councillor Henderson.
Morning.
Morning, Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor McKean.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Nickel.
Good morning.
Morning, Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Morning, Councillor Walters.
Good morning.
Morning, Councillor Banga.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Carmel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Katarina.
Good morning.
Good morning, and Councillor Zadig.
Good morning.
Good morning. So that's everybody. I will go now to Councillor Essinger for a motion to adopt the agenda with some adjustments. I hope you have those handy, Councillor Essinger.
I do. I would move that the June 7th, 9th, 2021 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Additions 6.1 Spring 2021 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment, 6.7 Air Service Opportunities Fund, 6.8 Emerging Financial Items, and 6.12 2021 Council Calendar Changes.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Banga. Are there any questions on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've got a question. I can't seem to log in.
Go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, I know there was a motion on Grandin Station coming up for this meeting, and I'm just wondering if it makes sense to add that as an item, maybe 6X, 6.8, I think maybe on the agenda, or sorry, not 6.8, 6.13, I guess.
That's a choice for council. The default is I would have brought notice at the end of the meeting today, but if council wishes to deal with that item today, that would require a 2/3 vote to add it to the agenda, because effectively that waives notice. So that's a choice council could make if council wishes to deal with it today.
Okay, I just raised the issue in the interest of time. We know that these meetings can get a little bit away from us, and maybe we should just make sure it's on the agenda.
Okay, well that would require either a motion to waive notice at the end of the meeting or a motion now to amend the agenda to add it, which would be in order if you want to make that.
It might be cleaner to make a notice to add it to the agenda, so I'll do that now.
Okay, so your motion is to add an item 6.13 with respect to Grandin mural and station.
Yeah, that's right.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor McKean. Is there any debate on adding that item to the agenda as item 6.13? Not hearing any, then please vote on the amendment to the agenda to add 6.13, the Grandin item.
Yes.
The vote's just coming out to you now. We've got your vote, Councillor Hamilton.
I just had to re-log in, so I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Councillor Banga?
Yes.
Thank you, and Councillor Nickel.
It's strange. This is the first time it's never come up, but yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. Okay, so any other questions on the agenda as amended? Not seeing any, then please vote to approve the agenda with that addition of 613.
Yes.
Thanks for that, Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes. I'll have to re-log in like Michael did, I think. That's no
Thank you,
problem
Councillor
here.
Nickel. Councillor Katarina?
Yes for me, and it's still trying to accept my vote.
Thank you. We'll ask Paneet to come and see you. We've got all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. The minutes, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the May 4th, 5th, 11th, 14th, 19th City Council public hearing, the May 17th, 2021 City Council meeting, the May 18th, 2021 City Council public hearing, the May 19th, 2021 special City Council meeting, and the May 25th, 2021 special City Council meeting.
Seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Are there any questions, concerns, or noted errors or omissions with the minutes? Okay, not seeing any, then please vote on the adoption of minutes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. Councillor Katarina?
Yes as well for me.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
And Mr. Mayor.
Affirmative. Submitting vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried unanimously. Okay. I believe we're now at protocol items. Now we do have a few, but we'll get more into the fallout and pain felt in our community, particularly by residential school survivors and their families, but also I think by an unprecedented and widespread number of Indigenous Edmontonians. And so we'll have an opportunity now under 613 to discuss these matters more thoroughly, but in addition to a number of other gestures of shared grief, including half-staffing flags and lighting the bridge, I thought it would be appropriate to take a longer moment of silence to mark this national tragedy. And so I'll ask you to bow your heads for 215 seconds, please. Thank you. I had an opportunity to connect with a number of community leaders last week, Indigenous community leaders who are feeling tremendous pain themselves, some of them residential school survivors. These are small gestures of empathy and care from their city, but they have been noticed. And I did have an opportunity to speak with Elder Betty Latondra, who happened to be journeying with some other elders to Kamloops to pay respects from this territory. So I was able to entrust with her some medicine on behalf of the city to convey our care, our support for those children and for people in those territories who are suffering and hurting as well. So I'm very grateful to Elder Betty for bearing that on behalf of this council and this city. We'll have more to do by way of action later, but appreciate that long acknowledgement, though it barely begins to scratch the surface. So, and now, shifting gears slightly, another protocol item in a different vein. But throughout my career on council and as mayor, I've never ceased to be amazed by the amount of talent we have right here in Edmonton in so many different disciplines. And this morning, we are fortunate to be able to welcome not one local championship team, but two. You know, as Canada's northernmost big city, it would come as no surprise that we have a little bit of skill in the world of curling. And over the years, we've had a number of winning curlers call Edmonton home, and our curling club's home turf here. And it's great to see that more teams are carrying that torch and finding their own success here. So the journey to compete in the Tim Hortons Brier and the Scotties Tournament of Hearts is a long and difficult one, and one that requires an immense amount of dedication, perseverance, and sacrifice. And this year, COVID-19 only added further barriers and complications. And so many weren't sure if the Scotties or the Brier would even be able to happen. But luckily, Curling Canada came through to organize the Curling Capital Bubble at Winsport in Calgary, and both competitions were able to go forward. And while this was fortunate news, it also presented its own challenges, of course. The curlers are not professional athletes, and many of them have full-time jobs. So being in a competition like this in a bubble meant long periods of time away from work, as well as time away from family and loved ones. So that said, two teams in particular made the best of this difficult situation and represented our city in a way that we can all be proud of. And so first today, I'd like to introduce and congratulate Team Walker. Joining us, we have Laura Walker, who's the skip, Nadine Scotland, who's the lead, Taylor McDonald, who's the second, Kate Cameron's the third, Dana Ferguson is the alternate, and Shannon Pinn is the team coach. And unable to be here is Rachel Brown, who joined the team as an alternate for the Tournament of Hearts. And together, they completed and brought home the bronze medal at this year's Scotties Tournament of Hearts. Team Walker curls out of the Saville Community Sports Center, and I understand that with the number of events you participated in, your time in the bubble lasted a very long time. So congratulations on your accomplishments and for bringing home the bronze medal. Now I'd like to welcome Laura Walker to say a few words. Laura?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. So thank you very much for your kind words. I just want to thank all of you for being here to support us, to recognize us. We actually were in, like you said, a unique situation this year with COVID. Our provincial championship, when it looked like that wasn't going to go forward, we knew that Curling Alberta was going to be selecting a team to represent Alberta at the Scotties. And we actually also knew that even if we weren't selected, we'd get to represent something, the wildcard team it's called, at the Scotties Tournament of Hearts. And we had a lot of nerves around Curling Alberta's decision. We really wanted to be Team Alberta. We lobbied for ourselves. We wanted to go to the Scotties, and we wanted to wear the Alberta Blue Jackets. We wanted to make this province proud. We wanted to wear Alberta on our backs, and we were very fortunate to be able to do so. And we obviously live in a city and a province that is a big sports place, and the support and the love and the recognition we feel from the local community, the local media. We can't say enough about that and about, you know, our experience as a sports team in this city and in this province. And so I just wanted to bring some recognition to that and how happy we are to be here, how happy we are to represent Edmonton and Alberta. And just again, thank you for supporting us, recognizing us, and having us here today. It was a tough year, and to be able to bring home a bronze medal back to Edmonton, we're quite proud. And it wasn't just us, it was an entire city, province, huge team behind us. And so thank you again.
Well, congratulations. That's super cool and required extraordinary diligence and commitment to do it under these difficult circumstances. And so we'd be proud of you in any circumstance, but especially in this circumstance, really well done. And
Thanks again.
for giving us something to tune into and be inspired by. So I'd also like to congratulate our other hometown team who also curls out of the Saville Centre, who've endured the same challenges and also come away with notable victories. And this year, Team Botcher proudly represents Alberta represented Alberta at the 2021 Tim Hortons Brier in March and brought home the gold. Now, Team Botcher is made up of course, Brendan Botcher, who is the skip, Darren Molding, who is the third, Brad Thiessen, who's the second, Carrick Martin, who is the lead, Patrick Jansen, who's the alternate, and Don Bartlett, who is the team coach. And as a team, they've been curling together since 2016, won numerous championships and titles, and as a result of their gold medal, they were able to represent Canada at the Men's World Curling Championship earlier this spring. And just to be able to compete at this level and represent Alberta on a national stage can be a lifelong dream for many. So congratulations on your accomplishments and for winning top prize at such a competitive event. This year has, of course, as we've said, been extremely challenging, and you especially have demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity. And your extraordinary skills and talent are something for every Edmontonian to be proud of, and for other athletes across all sports and disciplines to be inspired by. So I'd like to take a moment to give Team Botcher a big round of applause from Edmonton City Council as well. And now I would like to welcome Brendan Botcher to say a few not hurried words.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I would echo a lot of what Laura said. I'm just so thankful we had the opportunity to compete this year. It was certainly a tough year for everyone, and I as well was kind of on the fence whether we were going to have the opportunity to compete at all. But I would definitely give a huge shout out to Curling Canada, but to the city of Calgary and also to the whole province. I thought there was a lot of support across the board to get us down there curling, and I was very thankful they were able to pull it off. And although, you know, we were playing in an empty building in front of cardboard figurines, you know, it definitely felt a lot of support from all of our fans, from lots of people back in Edmonton. And I really think it was a larger team effort. So I'd just like to thank everyone here today for the recognition. And hopefully we can continue on next season that looks a little more like normal.
Well, that's inspiring. And you both, all of you represent the city really, really well. And just want to say again, how proud we are as a council and on behalf of the city of Edmonton to be your home, both of you. So congratulations again. And we look forward to much great success for you in the years to come as well. And so, so congrats. And those are the formal protocol items that we have before us today. And
Mr. Mayor, can I just quickly interject? I just wanted to say hi to Brandon on behalf of my mom, who loves you. loves you. So
well, thank you very much, Michael. Please pass along a hello from me as well.
Yeah, she'll love that. Thanks.
Day made. Perfect. It's the little things here, right? So, well, that's superb. That's superb. Okay, so let's shift now to the next question before us, which would be the selection of items for debate this morning. So please feel free to click on if the clicking on is working. Looks like getting, okay, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll select items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.7. I think that's it for me.
Could I get you to grab 6.8 since we gotta actually, that's.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I'll grab that. Thank you.
And admin has requested kindly that we get that first as context for all the other finance reports. So just want to make sure.
Very good. Yes. Thank you. I'll select that.
6.1, 6.2, 6.7, and 6.8. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Nickel.
Just going to double check, but I think 6.3 for voting purposes. Thank you.
Okay, would anybody like the Blatchford Renewable Energy budget adjustments for anything other than voting purposes? No? Okay, then we'll sever 6.3 for voting purposes. Thank you. Councillor Banga. Councillor Banga.
Mr. Mayor, my items have been selected.
Okay. I will.
No, selected already.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
So 613 was added to the agenda and it should be selected.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so I'll just go over what I have so far, which is 6.1, 6.2, 6.3 for voting purposes, 6.7, and 6.8, and 6.13.
Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if we need to do 6.11 because I think we may need to plug a slightly different number into that.
Okay, so.
I mean, yeah, because I think we got a memo back that would suggest that the 1.4 is probably, we can use a lower number.
Okay, so Councillor Henderson would like 6.11, and then there may be a bit of discussion to make sure we all have that same information. I must have missed that memo, so good to select it, and then we can get into it. So Councillor Henderson's taken 6.11. Okay, well that's hopefully still all manageable within one day here, but we shall see. So could I get a motion then for those items not selected for debate this morning?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Nickel.
Second.
Second.
I'm not sure who got that. Maybe Councillor Banga?
Just to confirm, that was Councillor Nickel and Councillor Banga, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, that'll work. Sorry, just activating my standing desk. I've been inspired by Councillor Knack. Okay, so please vote on those items not selected for debate today.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Paquette? We've got yours and Mr. Mayor.
Mine's not coming up, so let me yes. Log out, log back in.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That is carried. And if you could just read back what Council's taken care of without need of debate this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council's approved the following reports. Request to reschedule 5.1, the authority to approve the indemnification of members of council and committee is coming back to the City Council meeting on June 22nd. 5.2, City Policy C509B, the naming development areas, parks, municipal facilities, roads, and honorary roads is coming back to Urban Planning Committee on August 24th. Council's also approved the following reports. 6.4, updated funding strategy for the 170th Street footbridge. 6.5, approval to commence expropriation interest in the property of 50th Street, the CP rail grade separation. 6.6, the public engagement policy renewal. 6.9, the Orange Hub financial needs update. 6.10, the Lewis Farms Recreation Center. And 6.12, the 2021 council calendar changes.
Great, that's what I have as well. Thank you. So then why don't we bring forward 6.3 to deal with next?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objections to bringing forward 6.3 for voting purposes? Going once, going twice, hearing none.
I'm prepared to move 6.3.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Essinger. Okay, please vote on the recommendation in item 6.3 related to the Blatchford.
Councillor Zadok?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. That's carried 12-1. Okay, do we have any requests to speak?
No, we do not.
Okay, and again, there was a suggestion that we make 6.8 first as a framing verbal report from admin. I'll just seek consent. Any objection to making 6.8 the first item?
Mr. Mayor, there's two other requests that have come in for time specifics. Apologies for the interruption. 6.7, Air Service Opportunities Fund, come in at, be time specific at 1:30, and admin would also like 6.2 to be dealt with before 6.1.
So it'd be 6.8, 6.2, 6.1 in the morning, and air services at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay, let's make that formal then.
So moved.
A bit to follow. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Please vote to make those items specific as enumerated.
Just waiting for your vote, Mr. We're good to go.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay, bylaws. Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and move bylaws 1, 2, and 3. This is for first reading only on all three, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
It's first reading.
Okay, so first reading of the three bylaws in our package. Bylaw
Yeah.
42, 19756, and 19757.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and they're all here, just here for first reading. So please vote on the first reading of these bylaws.
Councillor Zadok?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Go to votes. Carried. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I do believe there's two recommendations, one in 7.2 and one in 7.3.
Okay, can we move them on omnibus?
Absolutely.
Councilor Caterina?
Yeah, I'll move the recommendations in 7273.
Second. Mo can have it.
Councillor Banga then, for seconder, please vote on the recommendations relative to Edmonton Metro Region Transit Commission authorizations and space and science. Well, TELUS Global Science. Life goes on.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, thank you for flagging that. I think we are ready for item 6.8 then, first.
Mr. Mayor, I believe you, Mr. Inquiries, and I emailed you one about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, you are correct. Thank you. That is a valid point of order. Rule myself chairable as your chair. And we'll go to you for your inquiry, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. This is in regards to sidewalk repairs. And can the administration provide a report on the following? Number one, the average timeline to investigate a report made via 311 about a sidewalk concern. Number two, the criteria used to determine if a crack, hole, or slant is an accessibility issue. Number three, the target timeline to repair a sidewalk that has an accessibility issue. Number four, the target timeline to repair a sidewalk that does not have an accessibility issue. Number five, the criteria used to determine if a sidewalk panel should be replaced instead of repaired. And number six, the annual budget for sidewalk repair and replacement over each of the last 10 years.
That inquiry is in order. Thank you. Are there any other inquiries today? Not hearing any. Then now I think the next order of business would be 6.8.
Good morning, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. So good morning, Your Worship and Council. Recently, there have been a number of financial requests emerging over the past few months, some related to economic recovery from the pandemic, other related to services or opportunities. And I want to ensure Council is aware of the city's fiscal situation so that your decisions are made with the most current financial information available. As Council has a few financial decisions before it today, the intent of this presentation is to frame the city's overall financial picture, given what's progressed and where we're going. This information is based on the best available information we have at this time, and we will endeavor to keep you, our governors, up to date as we progress through the year. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Pearson to provide an overview of available funding sources and the known cost pressures that are in front of the city at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbold. I'm assuming I can be heard as well. So good morning, Council. Before we start today's capital budget discussion, as well as discuss other reports with financial implications, I would like to provide an update on the current budget forecasts, as well as the state of available funding sources, specifically the Financial Stabilization Reserve, or FSR, and the COVID funds that were set aside in the appropriated FSR. I will also highlight a number of budget pressures. This will not be a comprehensive list of pressures, but will provide estimates based on known items and cost estimates. These pressures and costs include three main thematic items. First, items approved by Council. Second, some currently being considered. And third, those financial pressures we know are upcoming. Council made some tough decisions in December of last year in the midst of the pandemic to provide Edmontonians with no tax levy increase for 2021 and an approved 1.8 tax increase for 2022. It was achieved with some tough choices, including the reduction of approximately 300 full-time equivalent positions, which meant permanently laying off some of our staff. It was difficult. The intent was to honor the approved principle of limiting tax increases for the pandemic while supporting the city's ongoing fiscal sustainability. I hope the following presentation allows you to understand the challenging work of prioritizing spending is not yet complete. Next slide, please. It's very early in the year to provide a projection, but as of April 30th, we are projecting a year-end surplus of $1.5 million for 2021, which is a thin margin on a $3 billion budget. This small surplus represents the combined results across the corporation. It includes lower than expected revenues in transit and recreation and parking, as well as further cost containment efforts as a result of those. It's also important to note this projection includes approximately $14 million in surplus in the snow and ice control program. As that program is weather dependent, there is some risk that the surplus could be affected by a significant weather event over and above normal averages. Additionally, the Downtown Vibrancy Report, going forward on June 15th to Urban Planning Committee, is proposing to use budget savings in 2021 to absorb the funding for this strategy. So absorbing the downtown vibrancy cost is not without risk. We are digging deep to capture all the small surpluses across programs and are relying on some of the actual expenditures to trend under budget for the remaining of the year to allow for those costs to be absorbed. If today's projections hold, then the deficit would be $3.5 million if the downtown vibrancy amounts are endorsed. All of this is presented with a view that we're only in April and continue to experience a great deal of uncertainty around the COVID recovery. We also expect the impacts of the prolonged pandemic to continue into 2021 and we have clear signals that will affect us into 2022, particularly with respect to non-tax revenue. Next slide, please. Based on 2020 year-end results, the balance in the unappropriated FSR was 129 million. To date in 2021, an additional 15.3 million in one-time needs have been approved or are being proposed with funding from the FSR. Two bylaws today include the appropriation of FSR funds. The first, a proposed lending on a short-term basis to the Edmonton Space and Science Foundation in the amount of 4 million through bylaw 19757. And the second, the provision of a guarantee of a line of credit for the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Service Commission in the amount of 3.3 million. Although these bylaws are for a loan and a guarantee, the amounts are required to be appropriated in the event of a default. This has been the city's practice with loans and is a prudent fiscal decision, and finance supports this practice. At the May 28th Community and Public Service Committee meeting, a motion was made to reinstate the weed control program on a one-time basis in 2021 with funding from the FSR in the amount of 1.1 million, which is also being considered by council today. Totaling the items already approved and those before you today, the reserve would be drawn down to 113.7 million, only slightly above the required minimum balance of 110.4. Funding available before the breach of the reserve minimum is $3.3 million. So based on administration's recommendation and the related reserve policies, a balance in the FSR should be maintained to handle future one-time emergent items. While the pandemic was an emergent financial challenge, we must be mindful that it may not be the only crisis that the city faces. The required minimum balance in the FSR is based on an assessment of all financial risks faced by the city. These include extreme weather events, such as large snowfalls and natural disasters, among other risks. The administration is working on a risk-based review of the FSR and has identified certain items that may trigger an increase in the minimum balance, including changes to the provincial disaster recovery funding, which now allows for a reimbursement of up to 90% of eligible expenses. It does not necessarily make sense to fund the financial effects of a prolonged pandemic from the stabilization reserve. Council approved some well thought out strategies to address the pandemic, and we encourage council to continue with that approach. For the pandemic financial response, one of the agreed upon principles was to limit tax increases when addressing budget shortfalls. If the FSR drops below the minimum balance, policy states a strategy must be adopted to achieve the minimum level over a period of no more than 3 years, starting with the subsequent year operating budget. This would very likely mean an increase to the tax levy for the next council, which would conflict with the principles set. Next slide, please. Turning to the COVID funds appropriated in the FSR, the story is not much different. We began by allocating 186.2 million in what has been called the COVID funds to address the 2021 and 2022 pandemic-related pressures. This funding is a combination of the 2020 budget savings transferred to the reserve, as well as a portion of the year-end 2020 tax-supported surplus. So as you recall, the city had a surplus position in 2020 of 40.3 million. And while this was added to the FSR, it was immediately appropriated for carry forwards and the COVID-19 pandemic impacts. So it's in the 186.2 million. It is not unallocated. Funding decisions to date and decisions coming before council for consideration have drawn this funds to zero. I want to draw your attention to two items on the list near the bottom. This table reflects $1 million for festival support endorsed and held by administration through the city manager's delegated authority. An information report is being brought forward to the June 30th Community and Public Services Committee to provide further context and additional information on this support mechanism. This is an example of the city responding nimbly to pandemic recovery efforts. And as discussed at a previous EAC, festivals were identified as needing support to reanimate the city. Furthermore, the Air Services Opportunity Fund will be discussed later today with City Council. If City Council chooses to support that fund, one of the only funding options available is 2.6 million from the COVID funds. That said, we will be reviewing all the COVID fund forecasts over the summer, including the approved use of the funds to date. Any amounts no longer required for the purposes in which they were approved will be released back into this fund to address future COVID budget challenges. But right now, there are no funds left to allocate. Next slide, please. I'm going to spend a bit of time on this slide as it contains some substantial future-looking financial context. So as we prepare for upcoming budget adjustments on the next budget cycle, we are assessing the city's financial pressures. Again, this is not a comprehensive list, nor am I suggesting all of the items will be approved. But to give council a sense of the pressures and considerations before us, we've provided this overview. And I wouldn't be remiss in not stating that the pressures do not include factors stemming from the city's growth and or inflation, things that accountants like to consider in budgets. So COVID-19 has had an effect on our operating revenues, and all indications are that it will continue into 2022 and 2023. The largest impacts we are tracking are reductions in revenues in 3 program areas: Edmonton Transit Service, community rec facilities, and parking revenues. As a preliminary estimate, by the end of 2022, we are estimating 69% of normal transit ridership, and by the end of 2023, we're estimating 80% of pre-pandemic ridership levels, which equates to a 30 million and 20 million lower than budget revenues, respectively, for each of the next 2 years. We have to decide how much of this is truly ongoing reductions, but right now we're treating them as one time. But my colleagues in transit are working with those across the country to help us determine the prolonged effect. I want to highlight this assessment does not consider any deviation from approved fees, which is important given the deferral of a cash fare increase that was approved by council this year. The continued impact on the community recreation facilities will depend on the return of patrons for fitness and aquatic facilities. With our assumptions, we could see close to a $13 million reduction in revenue in 2022. The parking revenues depend on the resumption of pre-pandemic behavior, and recovery of these revenues is lagging. We are seeing reductions in revenues in 2021 for certain. And as you recall, COVID-19 had significant effects on assessment growth in 2021, resulting in approximately a $15 million decrease in revenue from growth. Similarly, we're likely to see a decrease in assessment growth in 2022. So based on an early estimate, the effect could result in a decrease of $10 million in currently budgeted tax revenue from assessment growth. We acknowledge that COVID effect has also had a large effect on the economy and our partners. So as mentioned earlier, on June 15th, a report will be presented to the Urban Planning Committee related to potential investments in the downtown core to increase vibrancy. If the committee chooses to pursue this initiative, $5 million is proposed for this program through the use of existing 2021 budget surpluses and cost management. But the report suggests more funding is needed, up to $28 million. If pursued, this will be a pressure. Edmonton Global and Edmonton International Airports are calling for the urgent establishment of a new regional air services opportunity fund to support flight attraction as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic on air travel. This is an important initiative, but it creates a pressure as well. Council also has a report considering the A1 soccer facility support, a financial pressure again. And lastly, there's been some discussion of a venture capital fund with Innovate Edmonton. It's not yet before council, but it was referred to in the May 2020 report on the innovation ecosystem. This too would require a funding source if approved. So aside from these amounts, we'd also like to discuss some emerging items that we see as future pressures. The growing list, coupled with lower tax tolerance in the current constrained economic environment, will make future budgets challenging. So first, we're aware that photo enforcement revenues have been gradually declining, and based on current projections are expected to drop by 18.3 million in comparison to the budget over 2021 and 2022. That's a drop of 23%. Administration is committed to bring back a report in Q4 of 2021 with strategies to address the changing revenue. On June 14th, Executive Committee will be presented a report on the Capital Line LRT South extension that identifies funding requirements for the extension of the line to Ellerslie, which is the next transit priority. The estimate is a $4.7 million debt servicing impact starting in 2023. Similarly, moving into our next capital cycle, we may see an increase in required debt financing in order to match federal grants, which would then increase the debt servicing pressures on future operating budgets. And we need to be cautious because this debt servicing financing does directly relate to the credit ratings. So one of the biggest priorities that is not yet accounted for in the city's commitment towards reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. The energy transition strategy estimated the requirement investment for the city to be approximately $100 million a year. This may be supported in part through external grant funding, but nonetheless is a significant funding pressure that the city will be facing. And while not on the slides, there's some other pressures being addressed. So first, on June 25th, the Utility Committee will consider EPCOR's performance-based rate applications. And this presents some future tax levy budget pressures, including the potential increase in stormwater costs for the city property. Second, with affordable housing and the second round of wrapper housing initiatives, there could be capital and operating pressures for us and our partners in the needed new facilities. And further, the effect of the carbon tax on the city budget is being assessed. There are various factors to consider when updating the utility budget, but based on our initial estimates, the carbon tax impact could be in the range of $5 to $10 million over 2022 and 2023. We are actively working to drive this impact down by investments in green infrastructure. So this is a summary of some of our operating budget pressures, keeping in mind we're also facing significant challenges in capital funding with the next budget cycle that we must address as well, which we'll discuss later today. But also remember that City Council previously approved a $46.5 million reduction in the pay-as-you-go transfer in 2020 to address the COVID operating shortfalls of that year and repayment of the pay-as-you-go in 2023. So we've essentially borrowed from the future to deal with our 2020 operating effects. So we are trying to work on ways to mitigate the risks. So while we don't plan for surpluses or deficits, administration is mindful of the continued financial pressures created from the prolonged pandemic response and is working diligently to control expenses and taking actions to control as much discretionary spending as possible on a one-time basis in order to try and drive a surplus position for year end. And this will allow us to utilize any one-time surpluses for the pressures in 2022. Next slide, please. So we understand that Council is faced with many challenging choices, including reinstatement of some of the programs or services that were cut through the previous budget reductions to achieve no tax increase in 2021. The reinstatement of these programs or holding of any fees on a permanent or long-term basis would require future tax levy increases. I realize that's not what's being proposed at this time, but these discussions will now merit discussion in the fall with the pressures noted. And in summary, there are limited funds in the FSR, in the budget, and all the COVID funds are likely allocated. It is critical for the organization to carefully scrutinize its spending to be able to properly address the substantial budget pressures we expect for 2022 and beyond. So while the decisions made so far in 2021 have seemed manageable when viewed individually, together they are beginning to constrain the city's financial flexibility for this year and for 2022. And Edmontonians, staff, and council have felt the impacts of the efforts to limit spending during the fiscal upheaval in the pandemic, and sacrifices have been made in the past to free up funds to manage budget challenges. And for administration, we're not being idle. We are reviewing ways to secure one-time funding for some of the pressures. We are advocating heavily for support from other orders of government. We're still pushing internally for cost containment where services were not affected. We are also working to ensure that Council has good information for future budget deliberations in the priority-based budgeting and service reviews. So we appreciate that this is a lot of information with many assumptions that could shift. However, we felt it was important for Council to understand the financial context as you continue to balance the city's many priorities with the fiscal realities. So thank you. Probably not a wonderfully uplifting discussion for a Monday morning. What we're doing is not dissimilar to what other cities are doing. And this was not intended to presuppose any of the debates on the items coming forward, but to provide a fiscal frame. So we work to support Council in their decision-making process at the city and as we recover from the pandemic. So thank you very much for your time, and we'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. We got a speakers list going. I'm just double checking. Councillor Knack, you'd selected this, so I'll go to you first while we populate the speakers list.
No, I selected it because it needed to be first item, but I don't think I have any questions. Very thorough. Thank you.
Okay. I've just got one. Who am I passing the chair to again? Is it Councillor Katarina?
Councillor Cartmel, please.
Cartmel. Councillor Cartmel, would you take the chair, please?
I have the chair, thanks.
Thank you. So, I mean, at the macro, and not to get into the other reports on the cuts we've faced and the impact on the capital budget, but at the end of the day, I mean, high level, which is pinched worse, the capital budget or the operating budget at this point? Or is this both?
Mr. Mayor, it's probably both, but I'm actually looking, I think it would be the operating budget at this particular moment, though we are pretty fluid around how we're trying to move the money around. So for example, we borrowed from the capital to deal with the operating, which would signal the operating is challenging. That said, we are looking at ways on how we can risk manage the capital budget to supplement again, but you're just borrowing from, frankly, you're just borrowing from the future for that, or you just, to answer your question, the operating budget, sorry.
Well, I would just add, Your Worship, that certainly that's where all the pressures are coming from. The 2 million here, 4 million here is coming from operating pressures, and we anticipate more in the coming weeks as well.
And because there are pressures with partner agencies, even some of them capital related, like say TELUS World of Science, we have to capitalize those, or pardon me, we have to operationally grant those in one way or the other. Even the loan, we still have to paper against the reserve on the operating side. It's a balance sheet thing ultimately, but that was my sense too, was that we had more pressure on the capital side, and that's consistent with talking to the other mayors, what all the large cities are dealing with, particularly with the sustained transit pressure. Now, we used some of the relief money, which was spread across 2 fiscal years, that came from the federal and provincial governments, which was not insubstantial, but we were able to spread that over 21 and 22 and offset using the stimulus 20 and 21, and then use some of the stimulus and sort of move things around to cover over. But 2022 and 2023 are still looking quite challenging for us beyond the adjustments we've already made. Particularly, I mean, if I saw that right, we're forecasting to be short 50 million across those 2 years just on transit alone.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And so that is our focus of our request of other orders of government is next year and the year after are very difficult. And to answer your question, the operating is challenging now. I believe the capital will become more challenging in the future, particularly if there are significant expectations of matching for some of the new federal programs. We'll see some significant pressures coming in that space.
Yeah. Well, going from a third to 40, 40, 20 is good until you can't come up with the 20. So we're going to have to keep talking about those ratios and our ability to keep up. The offset there is if they permanently bump the gas tax and allow us to stack that in against it, then that would be an offset. But so far, the gas tax bump is just 1 year for this year, which helps offset the cuts from the province for this year, but it looks pretty bleak in the following years.
That'd be correct. The gas tax is an exceptionally good fund for cities with respect to capital. And so we would encourage the federal government to continue that program.
So the reason I'm asking these questions now before we get into those other debates is there a point in time where we actually would have to pump the brakes, notwithstanding that that's bad for the economy and jobs and bad for asset management, but if it gets tough enough and we don't get aid and we don't want to do massive tax increases, which I assume there's no appetite for, then the other place you can pump the brakes is to slow down some of the discretionarily funded capital, backfill some of it with things like the gas tax, and free up own source ongoing pay as you go, either ongoing or one-time discretionary dollars. So we're doing a little bit of that, but there's still room to do more if push came to shove. And I don't want to go down that road, but I'm starting to look ahead to if there's a $50 million hole because of a slower recovery to normal on transit revenues, that those are some of the kinds of saw-off, mercenary kinds of decisions that would need to be made in terms of slowing down capital to salve the operating budget shortfalls, short of a significant tax increase or further aid from senior orders of government.
That is correct, and we're looking at all those options for the fall.
But you're not recommending that we offset those pressures today. You think in the whole grand scheme of things, everything that you can see today, we can manage between FSR, the COVID reserve, and the recommended capital swapping, and then you'll pick up the pieces in the fall?
part of the reason for this information report, Mr. Mayor, is that we are really reaching the end of that ability to do it that way. I think if we continue down some of these, the path of spending like more, then we will be looking at bringing that forward before the fall.
Oh, I really appreciate this level set for our other discussions. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Cardinal.
Turn the chair.
And go next to Councillor Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Pearson, thanks for the helping keep our eyes wide open here. Just one question, actually. I wonder about what you can say about the pace of the reveal on the specific costs related to energy transition. So you talk about that 100 million a year combo operating capital. Like, you know what? I suppose at some point in the fall, beginning in the fall, the next council will get a more clearly itemized list of what some of those expenditures are going to be.
Yes.
A, and then B, to what degree do we leverage private sector investment in taking on some of that expense to help with the emissions reduction? Because the last action plan did indicate that I think the majority of the 42 billion all the way to 2050 would come from private sector investment. So
yeah.
What's the pathway there to understanding what that investment is and our role in attracting it?
I'll let Ms. McCabe after I put some point. We've only put the $100 million because that was identified in the plan as the city's portion, not like to leverage those other orders of government. But we do have the federal budget that we're still trying to get line of sight on what they are doing, because there's a substantial investment at their level as well. But then Ms. McCabe might have, I believe she's on, to provide you some outline.
I am Ms. Pearson, and Councillor Walters, you're correct. Significant private investment will be needed, and that's part of putting some city money in, is to be able to leverage private dollars. Right now, we're working on the more detailed implementation of that plan, and we'll be bringing information for it to council as it's ready through the budget process.
So there will be an implementation of investment attraction, how these public dollars are magnet to the private sector. So which public dollar what's the straight line to the private sector investment?
I don't know if it would be for each individual dollar, but the idea is with each program that comes forward is there's ability to leverage private dollars through that program. That is a core tenet of the economic action plan as well, and will be of the community transition strategy as it's implemented.
Right, and then hopefully the analysis is those private dollars lead to further economic growth and potentially or inevitably to assessment growth. So, okay, great. That's all I had. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the presentation. It's sobering on a Monday morning. We talked about some cost pressures, and I'm wondering about the cost pressures on the organization operating and capital on the increased costs of services, goods, materials, because we've seen that at the grocery store, at the lumber store, it's happening everywhere. And how is that going to affect us?
So Councillor Essinger, I did highlight that we didn't have the inflationary factors considered in this yet. So this was just what was on our plate right now as we develop with our economists the projection on what those pressures would be. And I have been meeting with my colleagues, and there are some pressures with respect to costs for sure on those. So this is not an all-inclusive list. This is the CFO worried about right now list and adding some more as we go through the summer.
Yeah, and I would just add, Councillor, that we've definitely are watching commodity pricing in particular, and we've been doing a lot of work in collaboration with other organizations, including the construction organizations, on commodity pricing. So we're watching it closely. I don't think, we've certainly seen lumber come up in price. I don't think we've seen the end of that, and so we'll have to continue to monitor that. And I would say in the fall, we should be in a position where we can present a detailed sort of commodity pricing analysis of where things are going and how it may impact long term.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Pearson. I guess my question is about reserves. We did have a conversation back in December about maybe going deeper into the reserves. And essentially the feedback was, well, you know, there's foregone investment income that comes with that. But I wonder, and I heard you say earlier today, you know, something to the effect of that these are not the only potential pressures we might have. We might have those one-time events that might come later in the year that are unanticipated, so we need a reserve. But I wonder, particularly given with the economic recovery items, downtown vibrancy, air service opportunities, please tell me if I'm wrong, but I understand those to be aimed at accelerating our recovery or bring, so, you know, if we're expecting recovery faster by way of those initiatives, does it make sense to spend part of our reserve knowing that we can replenish those reserves relatively quickly should those economic recovery efforts bear fruit?
So, Councillor, and Ms. Padbury may help me with this, but the point is the reserve is set as a limit, like there is a recommended limit. I mean, I know there's discussion to go beyond that. Your current policy says then that is a tax levy increase for the next years. So it will be a council's choice to go below that. I am suggesting that this reserve was set up for some emergencies. I mean, it is shifting the intent, but it is fully council's authority to do so. And Ms. Padbury, did you have anything, or Mr. Corbell?
The only thing I would say is the reserve only replenishes itself either by running a surplus or planning to replenish the reserve, which would have to come from some sort of tax levy increase.
Yeah, and I'm not prepared with any kind of a motion or anything like that, but essentially those are policy driven, and policy amendments could change those minimum reserve amounts, which might free up some money. And if it was tied to, if it was essentially, how do I say this? This is early on Monday morning. If that's the first thing we pay back when we see that, that return to a more optimistic fiscal climate, we could tie it that way.
You could, Councillor, but we were trying to highlight the other pressures you have that are coming in the budget as well. So it's just a matter of risk tolerance and how much the tax levy increase would be in the future years. And I take growth.
Sorry, Councillor, and I would just add that I think your initial point on things that would accelerate the recovery is a good lens to evaluate some of the things you'll see today, for example.
Well, so I got your one slide up here, slide 5. If we're going to spend, let's say we're going to spend, $10 million on a VENCAP fund, and we see in the box above, we've got a reduction in 2022 tax revenue, which is assessment growth reductions. If that VENCAP fund then leads to increased property taxes in an accelerated way that allows us to see that recovery of assessment growth more quickly, could we tie those two things together and replenish the reserve, if we were to go that way, from that accelerated recovery? We could, it's fun with numbers, I get it, but is there something there?
I have one point, and then I believe that Ms. McCabe is going to talk. Funding through future tax growth is a long-term game. So just understand that. But I think Ms. McCabe can answer more specifically that example.
Yeah, Ms. Pearson, that's the exact point that I was going to make, is that a lot of the work that we're doing in the economic development space is really important for supporting businesses and for supporting and attracting talent to Edmonton, but it is really a long-term play in terms of increasing tax revenue, and we probably won't see that tax revenue in any time frame that would allow council to have the ability to replenish the FSR in a timely manner.
Right. Yeah.
So I would just urge caution. I think the analysis is correct, and the support for businesses is extremely important for us in the long term, but it is a long-term play.
Particularly when you consider it's not just balanced recovery, but it's inflation plus interest revenue, which could be several years. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Frankly, Councillor, just to add to that answer, I apologize, but it's just, if the next 2 years weren't looking so dire on the transit and other revenue front, I think I would be more confident in saying, yes, we could replenish, but with the uncertainty around some of our revenue streams, I am a little more cautious.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Councillor Carmel. Good questions. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thanks again. Question one first is, could you help me explain what is appropriated FSR draw?
Yeah, I'll let Ms. Padbury answer the two, the appropriated versus un.
So the unappropriated FSR is essentially money that we have sitting aside unallocated. When we allocate that money to specific initiatives, we have a separate reserve that's called the appropriated FSR. And that just tracks any money that has an allocation to a very specific item.
Okay. And I know, Ms. Pearson, you said we can definitely go below our $110.4 million FSR limit. However, there has to be a plan to replenish it.
That is.
Yeah, is there any limit where we can safely go down, or can we go down to zero?
That would be a council discussion. We have set the limit, and Ms. Padbury can talk to this, but these limits are set assessing risks. So it is a risk-based approach to setting the minimum level. And so we would not necessarily recommend going below that minimum level at this point. That's entirely council's prerogative. It is a council policy and a council payback policy. So if there's desire to go below, we will do that, but we don't recommend it.
Definitely. The only money that's coming sort of, I shouldn't say it unexpectedly, but this gas tax money. Are there any stipulations attached to it that it can be only spent in this kind of projects or that kind of projects? Can it be just used anywhere?
It is a capital fund, but Ms. Padbury probably has, or Mr. Rye have some there are some limitations, but it's a fairly open fund, but it is a capital fund.
Okay.
But Mr. Rye, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, no, that's right, Ms. Pearson. So it is it's a fund intended for capital. It's pretty flexible, intended for public infrastructure for municipalities. And right now we don't know the exacts of exactly how we can use the funds, but we're anticipating it can be used like any other federal gas tax we get.
Okay. So, Ms. Pearson, just hearing all that this morning there, would it be fair to say that we're fairly constrained in what we can do with what we have?
I would argue so, Councillor Banga. I want to clarify one of my earlier comments to you. I would not recommend going below the minimum at this point. Next year, without any support from the federal government and others, and if council does not want a substantial tax increase, we may be forced there, but to do it earlier would be a concern, and we are constrained.
Okay, thanks.
Well, that is a very important note to end on. Thank you for that, Ms. Pearson. Any other questions on this kind of framing level set report? I just really appreciate this coming forward to help put everything else we're going to talk about in context. This is very astute. So thank you to administration for structuring it this way. I do need a motion to receive this for information to obviously.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor McKean.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadok. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I'm a yes. It hasn't come up for me at all. I don't know why.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, so then the, if memory serves, administration wanted 6.8 before 6.2.
We just dealt with 6.8. Admin would like now to deal with 6.2, the Municipal
Sorry,
Sustainable
6.2
Initiative.
before, yeah, my notes are a bit of a jumble here. Apologies. Thank you. So now we'll get 6.2. We made time specific for next, and then we'll come to 6.1. So comments on 6.2?
Thank you. Not another uplifting presentation as well. I warn you right now, it's on the MSI and the historical cuts. So good morning, and this report and presentation are in response to a motion about the history of the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, known as MSI, and the historical cuts to the program. This brief presentation will go over our methodology and assumptions in projecting what we would have expected to achieve compared to what the city has received. I want to point out that with numbers like this, it can be difficult to compare apples to apples, given the various forms of funding over the years and defining exactly what commitments mean. Also, this presentation focuses strictly on MSI capital funding as indicated in the motion. Of note, we have added an attachment to the report since it was first published on April 3rd, which provides administration's perspective on the province's Blue Ribbon Panel report of Alberta's finances, specifically on government's capital investment in Alberta, and I'll review the highlights. The report also provides a summary of the impact of the 2021 provincial budget on post-secondary institutes and public services through a funding and economic perspective, with details included in attachment 2. We'd be happy to answer questions about the economic effects, but are focusing this presentation on the MSI reductions. So the city advocates for sustainable, predictable, long-term provincial funding, which has been the stated goal of MSI and its replacement programs. This table illustrates what the city was committed or expected to receive and the actual payments received. In summary, to the end of 2024, the city is estimating to receive approximately $400 million less than what was previously committed or expected, with $60 million from the period 2027 to 2021 and $340 million less than expected over the next 3 years. The MSI program was launched in 2007 as a 10-year program, with a total funding commitment of just over $2 billion. At the end of 2016, the city had received $688 million less than anticipated in accordance with the original agreement. Essentially, through a series of amending agreements, the payments were spread out over an additional 5 years from the end of 2021. So over the next 5 years, from 2017 to 2021, the province continued to pay the funds originally promised by the end of 2016. The net result is $60.2 million less than originally committed by the end of 2021, less money over a longer period of time. We have not included any assumed commitments from 2027 to 2021, the years in which the original MSI payments were extended. Commitments only reflect what was agreed upon with the province through formal agreements. The reduction to the committed funding impacts the city's capital plans, but perhaps the bigger impact was spreading the payments over more time, which reduced the purchasing power of committed funding and slowed down the city's infrastructure growth and renewal plans. In the report, we have provided estimated commitments and payments from 2022 to 24 to align with the forecast period for the recent 2021 provincial budget. So this table, the next slide, this table illustrates the various MSI estimates over 2022 to 2024. The first estimate assumed average annual funding of $230 million based on the average of the last 10 years of commitments. This is $690 million over a 3-year period. One could argue the city might expect a larger commitment based on various different factors, but other commitments on yearly averages were not formalized, so we were conservative. We then looked at expected payments through the city charters, averaging $218 million a year, or $654 million for 2022 to 2024. Originally, with MSI planned to end in 2021, the city charter fiscal framework was approved in 2018 as a replacement for the City of Calgary and Edmonton starting in 2022. Under the city charter fiscal framework, $500 million in funding was available specifically for Edmonton and Calgary. The $500 million was to be allocated based on a revenue component and a fuel component allocated to each city. The revenue component grew with provincial revenues, starting at 50% of growth in 2022 and increasing by 5% each year thereafter, reaching 100% in 10 years. The fuel component also grew on a fuel index factor. This would have meant about $654 million for the city over the next 3 years. In 2019, the provincial government replaced the city charter's fiscal framework with the local government fiscal framework. The local government fiscal framework originally planned to start in 2022, offering less funding than under the city charters. The fiscal framework reduced the overall funding for Edmonton and Calgary to $455 million, and the annual growth in funding would not increase as indicated in the charters. And finally, on February 25th, through the release of the 2021 provincial budget, funding to the city was further reduced. The budget deferred the local government fiscal framework to start in 2024 and reduced big city funding from $455 million to $382 million. In addition to the 2-year deferral, the MSI program was extended for 2022 and 2023. So the total funding the city is now expecting to receive from 2022 to 2024 is $350 million, with an average payment of $116.7 million each year. In summary, to the end of 2024, based on the differences between the 10-year average historical commitments and the estimates derived from the 2021 provincial budget, the city is estimating to receive approximately $340 million less over the next 3 years. Next slide. This slide displays the comparison between the different numbers as the province has iteratively reduced the expected and committed funding for the MSI. The black bar reflects the funding estimate based on the 10-year average commitment. The green bar reflects the funding province through the city's charters. The blue bar represents the committed funding through the local government fiscal framework, and the gray bar is the most recent estimated payment based on the 2021 provincial budget. So, as mentioned in my introductory comments, we have included a new attachment that provides the city's position on the findings from the provincial, next slide please, the provincial McKinnon report related to the government's capital investments. You may recall this report indicated that capital investments in municipalities were high compared to the national average. Specifically, the McKinnon report brought attention to the fact that the per capita government capital investment levels in Alberta were above the 10 provincial average over the past 20 years. And they used this to rationalize the most recent reductions to the provincial infrastructure funding for municipalities. However, it's administration's opinion that the approach used in the McKinnon report masks the fundamental factor underlying spending differences across the provinces, the size of their economies. It is more conventional to scale government spending to GDP when comparing across provinces, as the relative size of provincial economies vary. So scaling to GDP controls for the economic size, which is a major factor which drives government fiscal capacity, and thus its ability to spend, including spending on infrastructure. So while measuring this way, the city found that over the 30-year period from 1990 to 2019, the government capital investment in Alberta municipalities were actually below average. Next slide. To understand the fuller picture, it's important to place the Alberta public capital spending in context of economic factors, which was not done in the McKinnon report. First, Alberta has the highest population and economic growth of all provinces from 1990 to 2019. Alberta's population grew by 71% against the 10-year average of 25%. Alberta's real GDP grew by 132% against the 10-year provincial average of 85%. With accelerated economic growth comes pressures for governments to invest in infrastructure that accommodates and facilitates more economic growth. And that is one reason for the increased per capita infrastructure spending levels. Secondly, the higher growth environment also produces very low unemployment in the province, producing tight labor market conditions with more competition for workers and upward pressure on labor costs. So from 2001 to 2019, Alberta had the highest construction labor costs across all provinces, 28% higher than the 10 province average. And lastly, Alberta is the second most urban province. 92% of Albertans live in population centers with 5,000 people or more, compared to the 10 province average of 75%. So urban municipalities are typically tasked with providing greater variety of public capital that is built to a higher service level than rural areas and smaller population summaries. So in summary, the province likely used the McKinnon report findings to rationalize reductions in capital funding to municipalities. And this can be seen through the reductions of the MSI and the future budgets. However, it's our opinion that in reviewing the findings of the McKinnon report and the greater economic context, the reductions to municipal funding are not supported. And I want to put forward a big thank you to Malap Pettigera, who did this analysis and we would like to use this further to demonstrate to the province that investments in municipal capital are warranted. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Can I get a motion to send the presentation and Miss Pearson to deliver it to the appropriate meeting? No, we'll deal with questions first, but thank you for that. Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so instead of, but I do want to ask that question about, now that we have this information, how do we see ourselves sharing that with the province, making sure that they are making the most informed decision possible? Because it feels like, especially based on what you shared, the McKinnon report was maybe not as thorough as it should have been, considering they're basing so many important decisions on it.
I can start, then maybe Mr. Corbould will help me, but there's a couple of things. We have consciously chosen to make our internal analysis around that public, so it is part of this report. We are working with the AUMA and Calgary to align some of this discussion, and then frankly, it will probably be a discussion between economists and using some of this information to try and sway some of the finance folks from our end. And then we suspect that through the AUMA and others, there would be some other advocacy.
Yes, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr.
Well, I would just add, Councillor, that I'll be sort of reviewing some of this with the new DM of Municipal Affairs, and it certainly wouldn't hurt for the mayor to do the same with the minister. But
okay, good. Yeah, and I know AUMA started to talk about this, and I mentioned to them that this report was coming, and I actually have a feeling that this would be very valuable for AUMA and other municipalities to do something similar to help maybe provide a different picture to the province as we go forward on this. So appreciate that you're already doing that work with AUMA, and I think we should continue that. The only other question I think I have, and appreciate the report, and I actually really like the attachment. I know we referred this back because I was the one part that had sort of stood out to me was that period of time from 2017 to 2021, because the way it was originally written, and I think the new chart helps reflect that difference a little bit more, is that it had sort of suggested that, oh, we got a bunch more money than we were expecting, but that's only because MSI was actually extended an additional 5 years. And ideally, we would have had something then anyways. It's just that was what was coming forward. So why I felt it was important to sort of talk about is that it made it look like, oh, over the course of 10 years, there was only a $60 million difference, when in reality, it's actually about a 600 million plus the other 400 million that you've identified. So it's more along the lines of, we're about $1 billion less than we would have expected based off commitments, not based off sort of money that was new in those years. So when we're communicating that, when we're talking with the province, we'll flag that sort of difference for them as well, recognizing that that there was actually quite a big difference between what was originally committed to and what we ended up getting for MSI.
That's correct, but we do have the different elements depending on how firm they want to get with what was committed verbally versus in writing and other pieces.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
No, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think there was, I think there were a lot of folks that when MSI was ending, the thought was there would have been something in its place. And so that, which in turn would have been its own commitment, but because of the way it worked out, that's why we were at where we're at. So I think those are all my questions. I guess, Mr. Mayor, to your comment at the beginning, recognizing administration is going to provide this information, is there any value from a political perspective of making sure they have a copy of this? I don't think we need it through a motion per se, but I just want to get your take on making sure that the minister and those who would be making these decisions would have all of this detail going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'll certainly undertake to advance this in coordination with Mr. Corbould and Ms. Pearson and with members of council, working particularly with AUMA like yourself. So, I mean, I think it goes without saying we need to advocate on this. If council wishes to direct such with a motion, that would be fine. However, I think there's plenty of direction for us to advocate on these issues previously, so that might be redundant. But if you want to put it in an active form, I'm very happy either way. I intend to strenuously advocate for conditions for our economic recovery and the sustainability of our community and fairness. So perhaps some specific direction, since there is some new information here, would be okay. We can think about that. So
sure.
But let's get the rest of the questions, see what the other suggestions are around advocacy, and then I'll come back to you. So
that sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Walters.
Thanks. So as I'm looking at attachment 1 in this comparison to commitments bar graph, Ms. Pearson. So just so I understand this, that if I read it literally, it's the bars are the blue bars are the commitments made, and the dotted red line is the money we got.
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Roy to answer that question as the.
Seems pretty obvious, but I don't want to be obvious.
That's correct, Councilor Walters.
So that's it's interesting, it's sort of it really tells us how political this whole program is. I wonder, in relation to advocacy and/or / collaboration and education about the value of these grants. If you look at this graph, it's clearly not that partisan of an issue. I remember when the New Democrats were in office, one of the arguments for lowering MSI is that municipalities weren't fully utilizing their debt room. I've heard that numerous times during consultations on MSI from then government ministers and MLAs. Now we hear, we have our reserves are too big, just more of a conservative take, I suppose. And maybe this is a question for Mr. Corbo, is how do we really draw a wider circle around the value of investment in municipalities? I know the mayor is probably rolling his eyes as I ask this question, as he's attempted mightily to do that. But, now that you're in the spot you're in, any new thinking on different way to communicate the value of these capital dollars into our cities?
Yeah, well, a tough question, but I would say that it's generally, that value proposition is important. And I think what we have differently now than ever before, is we have a very clear city plan that demonstrates to Edmontonians that value proposition in terms of city building. And so my sense is that we need to rally Edmontonians on the importance of city building in accordance with that plan, and thus the investment from a capital perspective from all orders of government. Now, it's not like we haven't done that before, but I think the difference is compared to, up until December, is that we didn't have as detailed and as in a citizen informed plan that we have now. And so I think that's the new strength that we can gather around.
Yeah, and I think, it may be true that in the past we've been more diligent at tying capital investment to economic outcomes during crisis times and not consistently. So I wonder if you have a thought on how we might, that just becomes table stakes, that every capital dollar has an economic outcome that needs to be noted. And if that becomes the conversation consistently, or more consistently than it's been before.
Yeah, I do believe that we can certainly rely on, emerging out of the pandemic, and the absolute need for economic recovery is tied to a lot of that capital work for sure.
And I guess my other question is related to AUMA. There's, we've struggled, my brief experience, sitting at that table a few years back, there was real divergence in terms of viewpoint on this issue from big cities to even small cities, and particularly to the small communities. And maybe this is a question for us just to think about more generally, but how we, maybe we don't need to rely solely on AUMA as the advocate, and we need to think about ourselves because we are a different animal, and AUMA's advocacy is sometimes scattershot because there's such a diversity of members. So I just raised that as an issue for you to comment on, Mr. Corbo, potentially.
Yeah, I would say that we should absolutely advocate through AUMA, but we can also advocate directly to the provincial government on our own and to the federal government on our own as well.
Yeah, which I know we already do. So it's kind of a silly last question in some ways, but just thinking about like my central point being that this has been as we see here, historically a frustrating argument for us to make since the inception of MSI. It was immediately sort of stretched out and lessened, and so something new has to happen here for us as a city to be successful. So challenge for the next council, no doubt. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Thanks for the analysis. I'm looking at attachment 3, page 5, figure 3. And that chart shows Alberta capital investment compared to 10 province average 90 to 2019 as a percentage of GDP. So I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. From a province-wide perspective, this graph seems to imply from a province-wide perspective that Alberta invests less in capital than the 10 province average. But it also seems to indicate from a provincial investment in municipal capital that Alberta is at more or less at or above the 10 province average. So first of all, am I reading that correctly?
Councillor, yes. So investments made in public capital by the provincial government were below average for the entire 30-year period. But investments made by municipal governments in municipal capital were above average from years 2006 until 2018, at which point they converged back to the average. Prior to 2006, they were roughly at about average. So on whole, over the 30-year period, both provincial and municipal investments were below average, were below the 10 province average, with the provincial capital investments considerably below average. So the provincial capital investments were 1.5% of GDP. The 10 province average provincial investments were 2.1%, but the municipal investments were slightly above average. So in Alberta, municipal investments were 1.1% of GDP, and the 10 province average was 0.9%. But
so I just want to stop you right there. So that is investments in municipal works by municipalities or by the province?
By municipalities.
By municipalities, okay. So municipalities have in Alberta, starting in about 2007, have been considerably above what municipalities in the other provinces do as an average. Is that the right way to phrase that graph?
Yes, from 2006 to 2018 in response to urban growth pressures.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that, because it wasn't clear to me if that was investments in cities by the province or investment in cities by cities, those two blue lines. My next question then is our premise that a more expanded economy or a larger economy as measured by GDP has greater capacity to invest, or that investments must be made to create a larger economy? What is our premise that we would share?
Councillor, both of those premises are correct. So with greater prosperity, provinces tend to have a greater ability to meet citizen expectations and demands. But also with greater growth comes the requirement to facilitate that growth through vital infrastructure. So investments need to be made to keep that growth going.
So a more cynical way of phrasing that might be, in good times we should spend more money, and in bad times we should spend more money.
Councillor, is that a question?
Well, I guess if in speaking to what some of the other comments that have been made here, that a piece of this is advocacy, I'm not sure that if our message is we need more money from the province all the time for everything, no matter what the other conditions are, I'm not sure that that's a great message. So is the message that we want more investment now to get our economy back to where it was? Or is our message, when the economy gets better, we expect to see more money, right? Or both? And you said both. So.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, Councillor. It is both, I would say. I would say sometimes in cases like where we're emerging out of the pandemic, it is important for public bodies to invest in capital in particular, because for no other reason than nobody else will. And so that's good, and it's good for jobs, and it's good for building, and it's good for the future. When the economy is good, I think it's amended slightly to keep reinforcing that success in terms of economic growth as opposed to economic startup is how I would frame it. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some clarifying questions so that I think I've got more of a conceptual grasp on all of this. So during this pandemic, we know that and the economic downturn, the federal government has injected money into the economy by way of offering more money to cities and provinces. And I'm just wondering if we've seen an increase in, like we have seen an increase in money offered from the federal government to the province. And I'm just wondering, has there been a commensurate offer to municipalities from the province along the same levels?
So Councillor Paquette, I'll start and I'll ask my team to supplement if needed. But my understanding is, though the federal budget has the offers in, there's still a lot of negotiation going on between the other orders of government as to what that actually means. And so to answer your question, they're still working together. So we have not seen, we are not at the table for some of those discussions.
Right. The complexities of accepting money when you really need it. Okay. So is that a roundabout way of saying that there may be monies coming to the municipality if the provincial and federal government can agree on some terms?
If we're talking in the capital space, which we are here on the, I don't know if the MSI is not predicated on federal funds. I think what you'll see is the federal funding is more around the permanent transit and others, and all the details of those funding sources are still being developed by the federal government. So I'm not going to say no, but I'm not going to say yes because it's still under development.
Okay, so let's stick with the province now. I'm just wondering, like, we're looking at the MSI, but I think that if there's monies coming from the province on a one-time basis for the pandemic, and economic downturn, would that impact the conversation? Because I'm struggling to. I mean, it just seems like there hasn't actually been a lot of concrete help. Pardon the horrible pun, but I'm just wondering if you can.
So they provided the MSP funding for 2021, which was the capital funding that they put out last year. And I don't have the exact amount, but Mr. Rye does. But we did get some concrete help from your term last year to carry us into this year. But it was very specific. It was narrow on what we could use it for.
And in relation to the deficit, the provincial deficit from last year, do we know what the percentage of help that was?
I do not have that information handy, but if you'd like it, I can try and get it.
Yeah, because I'm going to guess that it's minuscule. Okay. So we're talking about trying to make this case to the province, and it seems like a case that's been debated for a long, long time. How much economic activity do big cities provide to the province, percentage-wise, per year?
I'm not sure we have that. I can ask Mr. Pettigara to try and get that, but that's a bit of a challenging number to just.
Yeah, I think that we looked at that at some point. It was around 70% of the economic activity in Alberta is derived from the bigger municipalities. So it seems strange to me that we'd have to make this argument to the province that if cities aren't doing well, the economy isn't doing well. It seems that it would be a really simple sort of conversation. And I'm just wondering why it's not.
I don't know, Mr. Corbett, if you wanted to answer, but for us, it's also the view from them is an ability to pay and using something like the McKinnon report to justify resetting levels.
Yeah, and I would just say I can't always speculate on what the reasoning is behind their issues, but I think, as Ms. Pearson mentioned, they are very much sticking to McKinnon panel recommendations, I would say, but not all of them. So.
Yeah, maybe they should have asked the experts. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Ms. Pearson, thanks for that 6.8 report and setting this up. The pressures are from the operating side, but capital as well too, because I think that sometimes we forget that when we build capital, we actually have to consider the operating budget. And that's one of the rationale for going to 4-year budgets and tying the two together, because my recollection was 1-year budgets, we built a rec center and then we complained that we'd actually have to staff it. So that's sort of the context here. So thank you for that report. The capital side of things, and I mean, I think it's been stated already, continuing on with capital is a good idea. And we did this in 2008 with the downturn and the bust, and then we did it again in 2014-15 with that second bust that we experienced. There was that the rationale was to continue with the capital spending, and municipalities or City of Edmonton made that decision through council to continue building. Interest rates low, labor plentiful, all the rationale that we had at the time, which doesn't seem to be that much different now. So I would anticipate that capital spending should continue, or would you agree that we should look at capital spending maybe a little more discreetly now, but because it does have an operating impact, but capital spending should continue on at the levels that we can manage?
That's correct, Councillor. In fact, you'll recall last year that we intentionally did not cut our capital program in the pandemic for those very reasons.
Yeah, so that's about 3 downturns, and for different reasons. The first 2 were oil related strictly. It is now, but obviously the pandemic has had a devastating effect on that. So capital spending should continue as a good way to come out of this pandemic and recovery of it. With AUMA and having been there for a number of years, and that the discussion on MSI has been long standing, but I've got to agree with Councillor Walters that given AUMA and RMA, and somebody asked a question why the government hasn't, well, their support is small municipalities, and there's always been sort of a misconnect for Edmonton and Calgary, and that's Mr. Mayor, you're aware of that with the charter discussion, and that these two were signaled out because we're not the same as a 5,000 population town or that sort of thing. But given the association, the majority of the membership is small members, with Edmonton and Calgary having the highest populations in the province, and we just don't seem to get our message through that organization. And I don't know what it would take, Mr. Corbo. Now you have the experience of both sides of things, and your perspective on this is what is it that the province doesn't understand about, I'll say municipalities, but I'm talking specifically about Edmonton and what they provide and what it costs to actually operate the city, which is the second highest population in the province. What is it?
Yeah, so I would say it's a combination of three things. I would say, first of all, that the province itself is in a similar position in terms of revenue and expense pressures. I mean, their pressures are very similar to ours, but bigger overall, given the size that they are. The second thing I would say is there's certainly different perspectives in terms of municipalities. I believe the current Minister of Municipal Affairs has a good perspective on what it takes for municipalities to spend and how they spend, although he's got a different perspective from the Calgary experience.
Can you remind me who that is?
Minister McIver.
Right.
Had been somebody who'd served on council. And then the third thing I would say is some of it is quite honestly political in terms of where government cabinet ministers come from. And, some of them look towards Calgary, which I think is often the case, no matter what government is at the province, in terms of political desire to get certain things. Those are the three factors that, as I understand it and see it.
So with the political side of things, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm done. We've had three different governments intersect. Thank you.
Well, good questions, and thanks for saying the quiet part loud, Mr. Corpold. Councillor Banga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Ms. Pearson, my question to you is, when you say these commitments and payments, if I'm looking at this chart there, what do you consider a commitment as? Like, is it just the word of mouth, or what is it?
For the commitments, Councillor Banga, we actually went with the written ones, the ones we could actually find documentation for to do the financial assessment. Mr. Rai, is that correct?
We went with the original MSI agreement and what was actually formalized through agreement.
So if it's, I'm looking at this chart here, if from 2007 to 21, from 22 to next 3 years, if I am looking at this chart here, spreadsheet, whatever you want to call it, would it be fair to say that the effect of a reduction in MSI has still to be realized, or are we realizing it already? The difference was 60.2 so far. Now it's bigger, getting bigger.
So Mr. Rai may be able to answer, but these are realized. So these are they're based on the latest budget. So we expect that they will be realized unless there's a change in the 2022 provincial budget that increases the amounts.
So when we are saying about MSI and then MSP, is there like the joint dollars that came from the province to the city? Is there any, if you combine them all together, are there less dollars in that sense too, or is it just MSI we are only considering?
MSI is the one we're considering, Councillor, because this is where we see the reductions, and it's our broad capital pool. We do get other funding from the province that's matched from the federals for specific projects, so that wasn't included. The MSP was given for, or the one-time money for the COVID this year, that was given for very specific projects, very limited. That's not included in this, but it does increase what the province has flowed. But we're really focusing on our broad capital funding from the province for this.
So considering this MSP was received, did COVID cause, what kind of hardship in dollar sense did the COVID cause to City of Edmonton budget?
I think Mr. Rai can talk about it from an operating perspective, and then we can get into a little bit of where the capital money is sitting at the next presentation, if that's acceptable, Councillor.
Okay, that's fair.
Mr. Roy?
Councilor Banga, so for our 2020 and our 2021 budgets so far combined, just looking at what we've adjusted out of the budget for impacts of COVID, additional revenues, revenue reductions and additional costs, where it's upwards of $300 million operating budget impact, and probably more if you're looking at some of our more recent forecasts. So that's a fairly conservative number. And so that's on the operating side. Just to answer your question on MSP funds, those were funds of around $116 million we got for very specific purposes to be spent by the end of this year. So more of a stimulus funding pool, as opposed to the MSI funding here, which is our sustainable infrastructure funding from the province. So kind of two different types of funding.
Thanks a lot.
Councillor McKean still on the first round. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. My questions are a little bit more around, I guess, political culture or political strategy, and that would be, it seems to me we've been banging our head against this wall for a lot of years through, as I think it was Councillor Katarina said, 3 different governments. So we're not succeeding. The message is not getting through. And right now with the Kenney government's debt and deficit situations, I'm not sure what would make them suddenly go, okay, you're right, we should be spending a bunch more money into our municipalities, even though we know, I think we know and could show good evidence that that is a way to invest our way out of the previous recession and now coming out of pandemic. Mr. Corbo, Ms. Pearson, any thoughts on like how we change the message and work perhaps with other municipalities, hat in hand, to go down there and I fear we're always pounding the table asking for more money. And at some point that falls on deaf ears, because what do municipalities do but ask for more money? So how do we partner with the provincial government on a way out of this pandemic, coming out of the pandemic positively, but get them to see, so the McKinnon report, Ms. Pearson, you showed earlier some of the flaws in the logic in it. I don't know how we get them to see that suddenly they would invest more money in municipalities through MSI. Any thoughts on that? I'm just frustrated having heard this for longer time than anybody on this council probably. It's just banging our heads against the wall.
Well, I would start by saying, Councillor, that I don't think our efforts have gone unnoticed, and in fact, I think it's fair to say in the provincial budget there was an actual, increase in some capital funds, and it was short term for sure, and with not absolute clarity on what happens in a year or two. But I do believe that was a direct response to some of the concerns raised pre-budget and some of the analysis done by the province and cities and AUMA before the budget. So I think we have to keep on continuing to make those points and explain where we are. I also think that, good data and being very transparent with our balance sheet and showing where our money is being spent is very helpful. And I know that Ms. Pearson has recently had discussions with both Treasury Board and Finance and Municipal Affairs in terms of how the money has been spent. And I think clarity from the city on that has been more than helpful in terms of them understanding our situation. So I think we have to keep on doing that. And I wouldn't necessarily agree that those efforts were completely futile. I think they have made some impacts. I think we would certainly rather greater impacts. But and then I would just finish by saying, I think we have to understand their perspective as well, because their balance sheet looks the same as ours in terms of cost pressures versus revenues coming in, especially given what's happened in oil and gas. And therefore, the dilemmas that we're going through and they're going through, and the dilemmas with our higher order of government and their higher order of government are very similar. And so we do have some common ground on those financial revenue and spending dilemmas that I think is worthwhile pursuing. And so I don't know, Ms. Pearson, if you want to add anything to that.
Other than, I think we have time as well, a bit with the bump we got this year. I'm not going to be overly positive, but I think there's time to try and change the narrative and introduce some of the economic concepts we have here to refute the McKinnon report and demonstrate what Councillor Paquette was saying, the benefit of the cities. And so it's not something we can do overnight, but if we have the ongoing conversation, I'm not going to guarantee success, but I think there can be some movement.
Great. Thanks very much for your answers.
Sorry, I'll just add one thing, Councillor, in response to your question, which is that I think the other thing that has worked in the past and continue working in the future is, the business community itself, in terms of, because they're the same constituents, ours and the provinces. And so while the voice is partly our responsibility to share with the province, having those BIAs and others in the business community advocate directly with the province is also worthwhile. And, we should continue to help coordinate that effort.
Great. Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'm just curious because it does strike me that we have two conflicting narratives here. One is the feds, who have given us more money under these circumstances, and the other is the province, who've taken money away under these circumstances. And I worry a little bit about how those narratives conflict, and at what point the feds begin to go, wait a minute here, we're not giving you money so that the province can claw it back, which is effectively what they're doing. And I just wonder, if we've looked at that piece of the puzzle, because really, quite frankly, from where I'm sitting, it feels like the province is using us to get funding from the feds, and that's the net effect of what's happening here. That to me, seems. I mean, we're the completely weak power in all of that. But I'm wondering if there's anything that can be played in how those two narratives go together, because that's you just look at what you're presenting in the next budget, and that's the net effect of it. We were given extra money from the feds, and a lot of it has disappeared essentially back to the province. Thoughts on that?
Sorry, Ms. Pearson, do you want to go ahead?
I can for a bit. I take your point, Councillor. I don't think the provinces are using it intentionally. They are very focused on their bottom line. They are in fact worried the federal money may actually indeed require matching from the province. And so there may, there's some negotiation to be had there. But I do take your point on the mixed messages that are coming around the import of capital. The importance to the economy. And so we have taken the view that we are not cutting our capital plan. As a result, the federal government has as well. So there might be a disconnect there that we have to, it's not being used.
No, but I mean, whether it's intentional or unintentional, that's the effect of this. And so maybe I'll reframe the question and going, is that something we need to point out to them? The net effect on us is exactly that all the benefit that we were going to get from the feds is vanishing into what they're doing to us, and that to whether it's intentional or not, that's the net effect on us. I mean, all of that gas tax money, which has been a hard-fought battle in Ottawa, in Alberta, is vanishing back into what they're doing. And what kind of disadvantage does that put us all at in compared to the rest of the country, which is actually getting to use that gas tax money? I don't know if it's worth putting into the narrative at all. To my eye, that's, maybe it's because, I have more experience with the federal conversation. That's what I'm seeing. So anyway, I throw it out there because whether it's intentional or not, I'm not wrong in saying that's the net effect of this, is it not?
That's it. It's correct. I think the introduction of the federal money is creating some ongoing conversations with the province.
Yeah, because there's going to be no expectation that the gas tax money be matched. That's straight money to us, correct? So, the feds in the past, I think, have worked very hard to make sure that here's the irony. The feds have worked really hard to make sure the province matched in the past. At our bequest, they're not pushing that as hard anymore so that we could get the money directly to us. But the net result is the actual opposite of that, is that not only are they not matching, they're taking away. So I don't know. I don't know how that feeds into the conversation, but it's in the Alberta context, I think it's leaving us in are other provinces doing the same thing? Do we know?
Yes, Councillor, I can guarantee you, having, recently sat at the big city CAO table, every big city, I would say, is having a similar issue as to what we are, no matter what the sort of political circumstances of their province is. Very similar issues.
Yeah, my sense from talking to the mayors is, I mean, in actual fact, most of the provinces are broke. Is
fair
really
enough.
the bottom line, and many of them had to go to the federal government for their own cash flow and bailout assistance, and so their situation of fiscal challenge is real. Notwithstanding that, they still have more tools than a municipality to act counter-cyclically, support stimulus and support recovery, but ultimately everybody is having to work with the order of government having the primary power of the purse, which is the feds. And so that having to ask for that, I think, we could get into the politics and the personalities, but has created no shortage of tension for the sandwich order of government.
Okay. Anyway, thanks. I just thought I'd make that observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Mr. Mayor, I just have I think just maybe worthwhile doing a motion. So if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I had it typed briefly. Let me just, there it is. So I think fairly simple, leave it fairly open-ended because you all know how to work on this together with the right folks. So I was thinking along the lines of that the mayor, along with administration, work with the City of Calgary and AUMA to provide the information and analysis in report FCS 00480 to the government of Alberta.
I'll second that. Do you want to introduce it?
Sure. Briefly, I think there's a few thoughts on this. I mean, obviously, this is really, I think, helpful information. So first, my thanks to everyone from administration for taking the time to put this together. I'm glad that we did it. And recognizing that the local government fiscal framework has been postponed, I think this is an important opportunity to re-engage on this. And I know through some of the conversation, there was talks about who should be involved. I will highlight that I think AUMA has been a little more active on this in the last year. They've been very interested in trying to point out some of the challenges that exist. For example, I know they had put together some information that they shared with members that talked about, and if I remember, I should have had the number off the top of my head, but I think it was that if we go with the currently approved plan, it would take, I think, 32 years to return back to the same levels that we were at prior to this all starting. And, if the economy is that terrible for the next 3 decades, and then maybe that's justified. I have a feeling it's not going to be. And at least I hope so, goodness. And so assuming it's not, and assuming we do start rebounding, I think it is important that the funding reflects that and that we share. And this is the conversation we had back in the city charter when we were going to share in 100% of the upturn in the economy and 100% and in the bad parts. And so I think this might help reinforce why we need to revisit that portion and what the actual overall funding amounts are. I appreciated Councillor Cartmel's point around, I don't view this as we should be spending when it's bad and when it's good. And I don't think the other orders of government will feel that way either. So let's take this information. Let's review how this somehow got through, I think, incorrectly in the McKinnon report. And then let's bring it all together to make a more informed policy decision for all municipalities. And again, this obviously it's particularly relevant to the city of Edmonton and the city of Calgary because we have very unique circumstances. But I think this really is applicable to a lot of the other municipalities, which is why I think AUMA needs to be part of this. And they'll do their own advocacy and we'll do our own advocacy, right? This doesn't have to be joint advocacy on absolutely everything. It's just making sure that we've all done this type of work that will, I think, inform the best possible outcomes once this is all done. So realizing this was likely going to happen anyways, I think it is important to make it a little more formal because we are about to go through this work, and maybe there's an opportunity to make some adjustments on how we're doing funding going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Carmel, could you just take the chair?
I have the chair.
So I think a little bit of additional context that's important to put out there is that over the period of the last really 15 to 20 years, remember that we were the fastest growing city in the country. And costs were rising because of the boom. And whenever the economy would go bust, costs wouldn't go down. And we see in circumstances like this that you get odd circumstances where things like material costs and other things go up. Other factors related to commodity prices, US exchange, other pressures. We haven't seen much in the way of relent on costs. So you would expect to see some relief in the downturns, and we didn't. And so fastest growing, and people still came here. In some cases, they came here faster from even other parts of the province because the downturn in Alberta pushes people to the cities. So even in the downturns, we were still growing while costs were going up. And remember, we were recovering from a decade of austerity in the 90s. So that was a perfect storm that has driven the need to invest heavily to catch up. And I would say I disagree fairly strongly with the characterization that over the last 3 governments, we haven't made progress on this. Because with some governments back under Premier Stelmach, we did get MSI for the whole sector. And notwithstanding that it never quite came together in the level that it was initially promised, it was still substantial, sustainable, predictable funding for the most part. Again, our experience was every time there was a downturn, it would get cut, and every time the economy came back, it was level. And so that was what precipitated many years of negotiations with 4 different premiers on my watch, 5 when the mayor of Calgary tells the story, to secure a city charter and a fiscal framework to offset that with upside and downside sharing, with sustainability and predictability. And so the suggestion that we didn't make progress with previous administrations, I think is not correct. And I want to be very clear that particularly under Premier Prentice and under Premier Hancock, made considerable progress. And then under Premier Notley, we were able to secure a city charter, including a fiscal framework. And then we were able to get the then leader of the opposition, Jason Kenney, to include the commitment to that legislation, which his caucus voted for at the time, and embedded in their party platform as a commitment going forward to be emulated for all other municipalities. Now, we do have parity with all other municipalities. After the charter legislation was repealed, the LGAA or the LGFF was put in place. And then now the new funding is even lower than that. And so it's not that we haven't got the message through, it's that we got the message through to all the 5 premiers that I've worked with. It's just that the most recent one didn't keep the promises that were in the election platform, which is bad economic policy, as we've heard here today, contrary to our shared objectives around economic recovery. Bad for business, bad for jobs. And so we need to continue to make the case to our public, to all parties interested in leading this province, and to candidates and others who need to know the story of what the last generation of growth, boom and bust, recovering from austerity, dealing with inflation and cost pressures, how we got to precisely where we're at. And I think this is material information to share, not only with the government of Alberta and their analysis, but also with the people of Edmonton and those folks who would seek to represent them this fall in these ongoing and difficult conversations with senior orders of government. We're all reeling, as I acknowledged earlier, with unprecedented fiscal pressure in our lifetimes. And so notwithstanding that, the tools of senior orders of government are much more flexible than the tools of local government. needs. And in order to avoid dependency or over-reliance on borrowing and property taxes, which we have been pushed to respond to this fast growth, recovery from austerity, and rising costs over the last generation, so that we don't have to do that in the future, cities need a new deal, not just in Alberta, but across the country. And
return.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Knack to close.
No, thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Let's vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay, we got 15 more minutes. Why don't we get the presentation on 6-1 if we can we fit it in 15?
We will try our best. Yes.
Okay. Well, if we don't, we'll carry on, but at least we can get the information on the table. We'll come back to it in due course. Yeah. So go ahead without further ado, Ms. Pearson. All right, well, let me just double check. Are folks able to stay a few minutes extra if Ms. Pearson needs it to complete her presentation? Let me ask if there'd be any objection to staying long enough to allow Ms. Pearson to complete her presentation. Hearing no objection, then take your time. Tell us what we need to know, Ms. Pearson. Thank you.
Thank you. We are pleased to present an overview of the spring 2021 supplementary capital budget adjustment for the 2019 to 2022 capital budget. Council has provided a strong commitment to building Edmonton's future by approving $9.9 billion in capital investment as part of the 2019 to 2022 capital budget cycle. This spring supplemental capital budget adjustment report is an integral component of the approved multi-year approach to capital budgeting. It provides council an opportunity to adjust the capital budget in response to changing project needs, new funding opportunities, and other adjustments. I'm joined by a lot of my colleagues on the line with the executive leadership team. And leading this work is Harm Rai, the Director of Budget Planning and Development. And as you've heard from me a lot, I'm going to let Harm walk you through the SCBA presentation. And Adam will be with me. Mr. Lachlan is available to answer questions on detailed projects as needed.
Thanks, Mary. So to provide context, City Council has approved $9.9 billion in capital investment as a part of the 2019 to 2022 capital budget cycle. This includes $7.4 billion of approved capital spending over 19 to 2022 and an additional $2.5 billion over 2023 and beyond. The presentation today will provide an overview of the main recommendation we have for Council's approval today. The recommended adjustments result in an overall increase of $65.5 million to the 19 to 2022 capital budget. Adjustments are sorted into the categories as shown on this table. First are the new profiles recommended for funding, which represent $688.8 million in new profiles, of which $640.9 million are funded with transfers from existing approved budgets, resulting in a net $47.9 million increase to the capital budget. Most of these adjustments relate to projects previously approved within composite profiles that have now reached checkpoint 3 of the project development delivery model and are ready to be delivered within standalone capital profiles. The next category is recosting adjustments, which represent a net $12.3 million increase to the approved capital budget, primarily as a result of a $11.9 million in cost increases to the Stadium LRT station upgrade project budget. The cost increase is due to various reasons, including increased construction and material costs due to COVID-19, safety critical works around the operations requiring further contingency and unforeseen concourse roof repairs. Further details are provided in attachment 2 of the report. Other adjustments account for $5.3 million increase to the approved capital budget and are detailed in the report. The report does not recommend any funding for the motions on the floor. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. This slide summarizes the funding available in the corporate capital funding pool, which comprises the current balance of neighborhood renewal funding, MSI, and pay-as-you-go. Starting at the top of the slide, at the conclusion of council deliberations in fall 2020 SCBA in December, the corporate funding pool was in a deficit of $7.8 million. Adjustments since that time include the following. First, $15.6 million of corporate pool funding was freed up primarily as a part of the annual exercise to examine budgets remaining in the capital program at year end and release that funding that is no longer required. Second, on March 25th, 2021, the federal government announced a one-time doubling of the gas tax fund in 2021. Administration is estimating that the city will receive approximately $55.6 million based on historical payments. The report provides recommendations on the use of these additional one-time gas tax funds, which we will go over on the next slide. Third, the Alberta Provincial 2021 budget resulted in a funding reduction of MSI of $31.9 million over the remainder of this cycle. You may recall we discussed the impacts of the MSI funding with Council on March 4th and 15th, including the anticipated reduction to MSI over the remainder of this cycle. We'll discuss details of the MSI program, and we've already discussed details of the MSI program and historical reductions earlier today. And finally, the last item is a $32.9 million increase to the corporate pool. Essentially, this is our response to the MSI funding cut. Rather than making cuts to the existing capital plan to manage the MSI reduction, we are releasing $32.9 million of funding back to the corporate pool that had previously been held to address future budget challenges. This was funding that was originally allocated to projects that ultimately moved forward with MSP funds, as approved by City Council on September 1st, 2020, in recognition that the future MSI reductions were likely. By releasing these funds to the corporate pool, we did not have to make any reductions to our existing capital plan in this cycle. The end result of these adjustments is $64.4 million in funding available in the corporate funding pool before recommendations in the spring SCBA. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the recommended use of the $64.4 million in funds in the corporate pool, which is essentially comprised of the gas tax funds of $55.6 million and other unallocated funding. Administration is proposing the following three-part strategy for additional gas tax funds of $55.6 million in 2021. First, the gas tax is being proposed to fund existing budget pressures totaling $17.3 million. Funding existing budget pressures enables the city to manage more immediate funding needs for items currently approved in the capital budget, some of which have been previously discussed with council as priority items. This would include Keswick East and West School Park site development and cost increase related to the stadium LRT upgrade, which I mentioned earlier. Next, administration is recommending to hold $26.7 million of the gas tax funds to address future known emergent items. Holding a portion of the funding for specific emerging items allows the city to manage anticipated future budget pressures for items currently approved in the capital budget. This includes additional costs related to the 50th Street grade separation project, the 170th Street pedestrian bridge, and the city's anticipated contribution towards the Northeast River crossing pedestrian bridge. The costs are based on best estimates to date and will be refined as further detailed work is completed. Details of all these emergent items are available in attachment 6 to the SCBA. Lastly, there is another $300,000 of corporate pool funding recommended to be used for other adjustments. The result of all the recommendations in the spring 2021 SCBA is ending the corporate pool balance of $20.1 million. Administration is recommending that this funding be held to address future budget needs and challenges the city will face over the remainder of this cycle and anticipated reductions over the next cycle, including a $120 million reduction to MSI funding and capital. Federal gas tax is a flexible funding source, therefore it provides the ability for us to leverage these funds to meet potential matching requirements related to future grants. It would be fiscally prudent to hold these funds now to sustain future capital budgets and manage future budget challenges. Although not recommended, council can choose to fund other priorities with the corporate pool. At council's direction, administration can return with capital project recommendations using the funding remaining in the corporate pool for council identified priorities. I just want to point out one thing. there are $3 million of funds available in the corporate pool that are restricted for use for the neighborhood renewal program and cannot be used for any other purpose without having a non-statutory public hearing. Administration would advise that these funds not be allocated to other priorities and remain available for the neighborhood renewal program over the course of this cycle and next. Recommendations in the SCBA also include funding for two purposes to align with Council's affordable housing and energy transition objectives. Firstly, administration is recommending the approval of new capital profiles totaling $79.8 million for 5 modular supportive housing projects: Inglewood, King Edward Park, MacArthur, Terrace Heights, and Westmount. This funding consists of Federal Rapid Housing Initiative grant funding of $35.1 million, combined with $16.4 million in MSP funding and pay-as-you-go funding of $28.3 million reallocated from the existing affordable housing composite profile. Administration is also recommending approval to purchase 2 hydrogen buses as a part of the Hydrogen Bus Initiative program at a cost of $1.3 million. This would require a rescoping adjustment to the existing bus fleet profile in order to use existing funds for this initiative, which is recommendation 3 in the SCBA, as well as council approval to enter into agreements, which is recommendation 4 in the SCBA. Just to be clear, no additional funding is required for the Hydrogen Bus Initiative pilot program. The funding would be reallocated from within the existing bus fleet renewal profile. Next slide. Finally, this slide summarizes the future funding opportunities that administration has brought to council's attention recently and continues to explore. The funding opportunities on this slide will all likely require some form of matching funds from the city, which is another factor in administration's recommendation to hold the $20.1 million in the available corporate funding pool. Administration continues to explore these opportunities with the federal government to better understand program guidelines and timing of funding, and will return to council with additional information or recommendations when available and appropriate. So this concludes our presentation of the Spring 2021 SCBA. In bringing forward these capital budget adjustments, our intent continues to be to put Edmonton on solid footing as we navigate through the economic and pandemic recovery. We'd be happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Pearson and Mr. Rye. That was less than 15, so we're good. But let's not start the questions on this just yet. Just a note, there are 2 motions on the floor laid over from previous the fall supplemental capital adjustments, and so we will need to deal with those first before taking any other action. So just a note that we'll have to deal with that when we come back to it, and then get into the debate subject to the will of council with respect to those 2 pending motions. So another note that we do have a time-specific item at 1:30, the Airport Air Opportunities Fund item, because we've got external folks here for that from the airport and Edmonton Global. So we'll preempt, and at 1:30 we'll start in on that discussion. There may be elements of that need to be private, though our goal is to try to be as open as possible about those conversations, but we may have to pop in and out of private on that. Once we're done with that, then we'll come back to the supplemental capital budget, and then we'll round out the day with the Grandin item. So we can probably still all finish, but in the interest of that, let's come back at 1:30 sharp and carry on. So thank you all, and we're in recess until then.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm not sure if Mayor Evanston's going to be delayed or not, but I can call us to order. We can get started if that's okay.
Maybe that was my doorbell. I'm here.
It all happens at once, Mayor Iveson.
And yet not instantly, to be sure. So welcome back, everyone. We started with Councillor Essinger on roll call last time. Madam Clerk, you're ready to go? Okay. All right, then let's roll call in. Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Henderson.
Yep, I'm here.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Burkett.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Walters. Councillor Walters. How about Councillor Banga?
Good afternoon on a full stomach.
Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Zadig.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Walters one more time. Hopefully he'll be able to join us soon, but we got enough to get started. So let us move into item 6.7.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we have a presentation on this ask. So we're here today to present a report on a request by Edmonton Global and Edmonton International Airport to create a regional air service opportunity fund to attract and restore direct flights at the Edmonton International Airport. The request identifies the intent to establish a $15 million fund with the city's share totaling $9.88 million over 3 years. With me today are Jeff Chase and Matthew Wyspinski from the City of Edmonton, as well as our finance team and legal representatives. Additionally, there are representatives from Edmonton Global and the Edmonton Airports. They can also be available to answer any questions that, for any reason of will be available to answer any questions and for the reasons of protection of third-party proprietary information. For example, this may warrant an in-camera discussion. On to the next slide. As a backdrop to the presentation discussion, I really want to identify that this ask does support the city's planning framework in a number of respects. It supports Council's 10-year regional prosperity goal and is consistent with the city plan policies to promote partnerships that develop regional opportunities for growth and investment. On to the next slide. As Council is aware, the city is undertaking a number of actions to support our economic recovery from the unprecedented impacts of COVID-19. Guided by the comprehensive and focused Edmonton Economic Action Plan, we are committed to working in concert with partners in other orders of government and other economic development organizations. The city's alignment with the business community and throughout the region is central in our efforts. And the Regional Air Fund that has been proposed by Edmonton Global to attract new and restore previously canceled flights to and from our Edmonton International Airport is another example of how Metro Edmonton is seeing its interests in our fates as intertwined. The proposed Air Fund to develop is aligned with Action 16 to develop Edmonton's competitive advantage as an international logistics hub and hub to Northern Alberta, the Northwest Territories and beyond, as well as to Action 23 to advance collaborative shared investment for shared benefit initiatives with regional partners. Economic prosperity is in an interconnected world is supported by a strong, sustainable international airport. This is the kind of airport that we have worked towards in the region over multiple years, with 52 daily direct flights to and from EIA prior to COVID-19, and a multi-billion-dollar regional economic contribution arising from that activity. Today, with borders closed and routes canceled from these closures, as well as airline consolidation of assets and routes at 4 airports, Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, and Montreal, the Edmonton International Airport faces significant challenges in delivering on its economic development purpose and supporting the level of global connectivity for passengers of a growing region of 1.4 million people's needs. The airport and Edmonton Global have signaled a significant economic risk in the environment and have proposed that regional investment is needed to enhance the airport's ability to compete for new routes through incentives and other supports to attract airlines who will agree to bring new international direct flights to Edmonton. With this as the backdrop, Edmonton Global, our region's economic development organization, and the Edmonton International Airport have proposed the creation of a new $15 million air service opportunity fund to attract new direct flights to the airport. The fund would be established through one-time contributions over 3 years from Edmonton Global shareholders and the City of Edmonton's estimated contribution to the fund based on Edmonton Global's funding formula would be $9.88 million over the 3 years. The fund would be used for costs related to establishing new international flights only, not for the subsidization of any of the EIA's other business and land development interests. It would be complemented by significant in-kind contributions from the Edmonton International Airport with additional advocacy for the involvement of other orders of government. The urgency of establishing this fund relates to the businesses and planning cycles of airports. They are making decisions on future routes as restrictions begin to ease. And the significant risk that Edmonton Global has identified is that airports like the Edmonton International will be further relegated to a regional airport status as consolidation of the big four airports becomes normalized. This is a scenario that would have a significant negative impact on Edmonton and the Edmonton region. In terms of economic impact to the region, Edmonton Global projects that the $15 million fund, alongside with the significant in-kind supports by the Edmonton International Airport, will result in 7,000 jobs and a $450 million GDP impact. The $15 million fund would be overseen by the professional board of directors and management at Edmonton Global. This would include a regular summary of the opportunities pursued, investments made, and reports on the key outcomes. The city's contribution to the fund would be administered by a funding agreement with a requirement for metrics and outcomes to the satisfaction of the city manager being achieved on an annual basis. In summary, if City Council were to support this request, administration would recommend the $9.88 million be transferred to the appropriated financial stabilization reserve in 2021 on a one-time basis to fund the City of Edmonton's contribution towards the Air Services Opportunity Fund, with funds provided through 3 means. $2.62 million from the COVID-19 fund set aside within the appropriated financial stabilization reserve, $3.74 million from the 2021 Financial Strategies operating budget, and $3.52 million reduced pay-as-you-go operating transfer to the pay-as-you-go capital reserve. With funding released in 2022 and 2023 will be based upon achievement of metrics and outcomes to the satisfaction of the city manager as follows: $1.94 million in 2021, $3.97 million in 2022, and $3.97 million in 2023. This would be reflected in an increase in the Economic and Investment Services branch operating budget with an offsetting transfer from the appropriated financial stabilization reserve in each respective year. The use of the funds for this purpose to support the region's economic recovery would limit the city's ability to respond to potential future budget challenges. Again, I would like to highlight that some of the representatives from Edmonton Global and the Edmonton International Airport may warrant in-camera discussions as per a number of FOIP provisions, including number 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body. Here from Edmonton Global are Malcolm Bruce, and from the airport are Tom Ruth, Tracy Bernard, and Myron Keene, thank you. And of course, we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe, and we'll keep an eye on the questions. If you think you have something very proprietary, let me know, and we can go in private if we have to. Optimally, we'll keep the discussion fully public if we're able, but we'll keep an eye on the questions here. So let me know if you've got something that you're pretty sure is private, though. and we'll set those aside and deal with them accordingly. So this was selected, I think, by Councillor Neck, so I'll go to him first.
It's okay. Others can go first, Mr. Mayor. I'll see if I have any after.
Okay, Councillor Walters.
Thanks. So maybe, my first two questions are pretty high level, general. Ms. McCabe, what are the metrics we're aligning against here?
The metrics would be related to the outcomes to achieve direct flights to Edmonton. So really at the end of the day, it's going to be metrics that help us understand if we achieve direct flights to Edmonton.
Right.
And
So
then
it's,
the economic output associated with those direct flights.
so it's specific direct flights and the growth associated with them. Maybe I could ask Mr. Ruth or Mr. Bruce or anyone from the EIA about what role the federal government. So I know, the report does note what we know is that we weren't considered one of the kind of port airports for, expanded service and reopening and COVID protocols. So what role does the federal government play in helping us, no pun intended, land some of these direct flights here in the city?
I think, if I may, Councillor Wattles, it's Malcolm Bruce, and I'll start. I think the first thing is that we have been in conversation with the federal government around a number of initiatives that support our regional economy, which, of course, the airport is a key regional driver for our economic outcomes. One of the things that we are still working on is what are the criteria to reopen the airport to international traffic, which we have yet to have fully articulated to ourselves. And that's one of the key considerations. So until we see that, we think it's best to be positioned, because I suspect that when they decide to reopen international flights, it will happen quite quickly. So what we're trying to do is be very proactive in our work here to make sure that we're able to launch the recovery and then hopefully move to acceleration quite quickly.
Okay. So I don't know if Mr. Ruth has a comment too on the role that whether, or I guess more specifically, whether any advocacy from us to the federal government to, so city council standing up for our airport, making it known that we need their help, et cetera. What help do we need? And then what help do you need from us in that regard?
Thanks for the question. For sure, we've had some good advocacy outreach. We've had the regional mayors who have put in some advocacy, as well as Mayor Iverson working with some of the counterparts in some of the other large airports in Canada that don't have the access to the international flights. So that advocacy has been ongoing. And I should say that, just as Malcolm Bruce mentioned, is we need to be poised and ready, because when that changes, the airlines are going to be quickly making flight requests, to international flight requests, and we need to be there for that.
So maybe say then a little bit more about how this funding enables that, like specifically enables that readiness, that being on balls of our feet positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. Because as airlines begin to make their plans, and of course their plans, they're future focused plans, but when they're ready to pounce, and they're going to be here shortly, we need to be at the ready with all the things that we do to get ready for flights, including having a regional fund, which actually would be a big plus for us, because we're not a natural hub. Like we're the 5th largest airport in Canada. So the 4 other airports, Calgary, Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver, natural hubs. So we have to be at the ready to be able to reattract these flights for the recovery. And then eventually that becomes an opportunity for future flights.
We are a natural cargo hub, as you know, but what's a primary target? What's the, as much as you could say, what would be the kind of flight that would, create a pretty expeditious economic activity for us that would be a big win?
For sure. I think flights, examples of flights would be flights to the eastern and western U.S. seaboard, also European flights and Asian flights would be some specific examples.
Okay. Is there a budget associated with this? I just, I'm always curious about the specific amount of money that gets asked for. It seems general and I'm going to support this. I think this is good, but I'm just curious if you have any more detail.
There's no more specific detail. It's based more on historical and what we see as future needs to be able to have the catalyst to be able to create these flights.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I'm remembering, we had some, and I don't know if they had expended themselves or if they were still active, but we'd done some incentive deals in the past in order to get particularly some of the international, some of the European, I think. And although I think one of the U.S., there may have been work done on that San Francisco flight as well. So I'm just wondering what the status of those deals is, whether they had already expended, whether we're starting from scratch. I'm just wondering where that's at because this isn't our first time doing this.
I guess maybe I start by saying, and on these flights, they're driven quite a bit as you know by the business community and the needs of our region. So that's another area when we look at flights that we're targeting. It's all driven by business community. After all, this is what will create the catalyst for growth.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering if any of those previous deals are still active.
We have we've had a couple in the past. We had one which was San
Sorry, if I could, sorry to interrupt, but I am concerned about the disclosure of specific airline information. So I recognize.
Yeah, I just because there was funding that went with that, so I'm just wondering where that funding is at. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. But we have to go in private to explore that. I don't know how urgent it is. I was more curiosity than anything else.
But Councillor Henderson, I think an important one is that if you look at the impact of the cargo activities that are now happening, that I would say to you that our one real shiny light at the airport over this last COVID period was an 8% growth in cargo. So that initial investments that occurred previously are now resulting in this acceleration and compounding growth within the cargo opportunity. Now, I caveat that by saying those are cargo flights, but as we know, 50% of cargo moves in the belly of passenger planes. So with the delta of the passenger planes right now, we're not really maximizing the opportunity we have in terms of our regional growth for e-commerce and the like.
Yeah, no, I'm really was just trying to get a sense of whether any of that is still in play. Are we starting from scratch? And trying to keep it generic, just to get a sense of where we're at, or if we're hoping to be able to build from where we left off. Just to get a feel for that. But I understand some of that may be hard to talk about without going into specifics. So, great, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Banga.
Thank you. I'm going to be asking a couple of questions and let me know if they are infringing on close to the private discussion area there. And to start off, would it be okay for you folks to share what this money would actually do?
Yeah, I can take that on. So what it really does is it helps us offset some of these startup costs so that airlines get to a point where the flights themselves will be self-sustaining. So it normally takes a couple of years. And what this allows us to do then is sort of attract some of the flights that we're looking for that are key strategic flights for us, direct flights in particular. I mean, as you know, business, but also the visitor economy, and also just ourselves when we're looking to travel, we're always trying to get from point A to point B in the most expeditious way, and businesses are trying to do the same thing. So that's what it does. And I think it's important to note that none of these funds will be used until the flight has been confirmed. So we need to get a confirmed flight before they access any of this funding. So we de-risk the investment by yourselves to the point where you can actually see that there's a commitment before funds are released, and then the economic impacts will follow from that, and we'll be reporting on those on a biannual basis.
Okay. And my next question is about if this money is going to be used over the next 3 years, and wouldn't you say that it should be front end loaded rather than the back end loaded kind of?
Well, I think what we look at is the 3-year window to be able to then sort of give room to negotiate on the flights. So if you give us the 3-year window, that allows us to sort of cash manage and cash flow that, because we won't use everything at the front end. We'll use it as soon as they meet certain conditions across the way. So I think it helps us incentivize the development of the routes themselves through a 3-year cash flow.
All right, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. So, I mean, we had discussions this morning. I don't know if any of you were listening in, but leveraging the private sector, and I just want to get this clear in my mind, leveraging the private sector is how we're going to get to recovery, the economic recovery in that. So would you consider this as leveraging that private sector? Because obviously your airlines and that are private sector businesses that need an incentive in order to make decisions going forward, and whether Edmonton is in their thinking or not. So, Mr. Bruce, is that your understanding as well too, that we need to do something in order to leverage a considerable amount of return?
Yeah, and I think, Councillor, that's an excellent point, is that ultimately, and it goes back to Tom's point, is we're not a natural hub. So airports and airlines are two different beasts, and they have different requirements and different needs. And I think that what we're trying to say here is that we are going to enable our attractiveness, our value proposition in such a way that it's going to force people to say, actually, we should consider reestablishment or establishing a new direct flight that is in the strategic interest both of our community, the region writ large, but also the airlines see the value of those flights, both from a passenger but also an economic value in the return over time. So these flights we want to get are going to be long-standing. This is really to prime the pump, so to speak, to get it started.
Okay, and with the being regional, obviously with this. Can you let me know what the formula is in coming up with the distribution of contributions? Edmonton at 9, almost 10 million, with the rest at dividing up the 4 or 5. How do you calculate that contribution? Is it based solely on population?
Population and assessment, which is calculated annually, because we don't get the assessment numbers until December. So that's why year one, it's fixed in 2021 because we have those numbers from 2020. But year 2022 and 2023 are generally around the numbers we provided, but they may be off by, $1,000 or a few $100 depending on the community. So by and large, year 2 and year 3 are very good planning figures, but there's a small adjustment that we use against the funding formula.
Okay, and this fund is directed strictly at new airlines coming in, or new flights, or new routes, whatever that is. Has nothing to do with the retail development side of the airport lands?
Correct. It's 100% dedicated towards new direct flights.
Okay, and new being brand new, or maybe to Councillor Henderson's question on previous routes that could become new again. I don't know if I can ask it that way.
I would say that it will be trying to get, it's a mix. I assume it may be a mix, but I can't say that for certain because we're not sure where we'll be once that international travel is allowed to return. Like, for example, I would say to you that, and I don't want Tracy to beat me up over this, but I assume that there will be, flights to the sun destinations will be something that we'll see come back. And those kind of things. But I'm really focused on those strategic flights that are really going to enable the regional economy to not only accelerate out of recovery, but also hopefully expand more quickly.
Okay, and with this, I mean, obviously cargo has gone extremely well, and that will continue in that. The commuter service to the north, how does that fit into this plan in either reestablishing or generating more activity? And maybe Ms. Bedard, I'd like to hear from you, Tracy.
Okay, I'll let Tom start with that, and then I can support.
Thank you.
No, Tracy, go ahead. You can go into this one.
Okay, the first point I want to make, Councillor Katarina, is that we were at 53 flights. We're now at about 13. And part of what's compromised right now is the connectivity between ourselves and the north. I know that's a priority for you. So part of what we need to do is work with these longer haul international flights that support, of course, our region and the north going outbound, but it also supports the opportunity for travelers inbound to come into our region and then connect into the north, for example, for tourism. So all of that is connected and has influence over the nonstop flights that we're targeting.
Good. Thank you very much, Tracy. Thank you.
Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks everyone for this information. The only other question I have, and something I've asked about a little bit before, but is there any value or is there any thought about working at all? Is there value in considering working with spots like Calgary on some of these things? I know sometimes I find that we're obviously competing against them for some of these flights, and then I wonder more broadly if we miss out on other spots because we're sometimes potentially competing against each other and missing out on spots going to Vancouver, going to Toronto. So is there any value in that? I know years ago there was a joint proposal, I think, for a flight to United Arab Emirates that didn't go through for a variety of reasons, but we had that type of partnership. And any thoughts on that or any work being done on that?
Maybe I can address that. First of all, there's a lot of collaboration we work on with other airports. Calgary Airport, lots of operational efficiencies and synergies that we work on together. In some aspects, for sure, rising tide floats all boats in terms of flights. The direct flights, though, are really key for us, and they're key for our business community. So those nonstop flights that we can generate to key business markets are absolutely essential, not only to keep our businesses here, particularly the businesses that are doing international trade, but also in generating new businesses to come to Edmonton. It's one of the first key criteria that site selectors and others that are choosing companies to come to our city look at is our direct flight connectivity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that. Oh, sorry, somebody else.
Sorry, Councillor Knack, and I would just emphasize, if I could, that this is really about the economics of it all. And I mean, I'm trying to keep this positive, but I've had conversations with a number of CEOs in the region, and many of them are dependent on, as you know, a fly-in, fly-out economy. And if they cannot reach their international markets that they service through their businesses, then they will consider moving their business. And I'm talking about CEOs that have told me that directly. So the urgency and the importance of what we're trying to do here from a business perspective and enabling that business environment, both for sustaining our current businesses, but also enabling the growth of our businesses, I think are critical. Thank you.
Yeah, and not at all disagree. Like, I'm fully supportive of this. We need to do this. I'm just wondering about when we're going to target these flights. If if there is any thought, or if we should at all even be thinking about, are there direct flights that no matter what we do wouldn't come here for a variety of reasons, no matter how much money, versus direct flights that might come to this province where we have sort of a half and half. And so that was just going to be my question. Are we missing out on anything, or are you thinking about that? Not saying that that is absolutely the way you're going, but just when we're thinking about the destinations we really want, are sort of all options on the table for consideration? And I'm seeing some nodding heads.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Other questions on this one? Someone willing to put the recommendation on the floor?
Yes.
I'll do it, Mr. Mayor.
Second. Mac, you want a second, Councillor Walters?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sure.
No problem.
Okay, so that's on the floor. Councillor Knack, did you want to introduce it?
No, I think everyone answered some great questions. I'm supportive, so no need to add any more.
Sorry, can I just clarify, the recommendation in the report is to receive it for information, or
Oh,
is
yeah.
council contemplating some other direction?
Oh, right. Yes, I think we are. Let me just double check with the mover. Your intent was to appropriate the funds.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So
Yeah.
have we got the wording ready for that? Madam Clerk?
Yes, just one moment, please.
Do you want me to read that out, Mr. Mayor, just to?
Yeah,
Sure. So I'll move that 9.88 million be transferred to the appropriated FSR in 2021 on a one-time basis to fund the City of Edmonton's contribution towards the Air Services Opportunity Fund, with funding provided through 2.62 million from the COVID-19 funds set aside with the appropriated financial stabilization reserve, 3.74 million from the 2021 financial strategies operating budget, and 3.52 million reduced pay-as-you-go operating transfer to the pay-as-you-go capital reserve, with funding released upon receipt and acceptance of business case and achievement of metrics and outcomes to the satisfaction of the city manager as follows: 1.94 million in 2021, 3.97 million in 2022, and 3.97 million in 2023, reflected as an increase in the Economic and Investment Services branch operating budget, with an offsetting transfer from the appropriated financial stabilization reserve in each respective year.
And Councillor Walters, you're still good to second that?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak to it?
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a clarifying question, please?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
So on this, each municipality now will have to go through this process, or has that already happened, Mr. Bruce, and your group as well too has to go through this process? Is it just give me the details on how this is happening?
So it is an individual council decision for each of their contribution amounts. There are 5 council meetings next week, a couple more, or sorry, tomorrow. And then there's a couple more happening. Some have indicated to us that they'll take it to their council without any additional input from myself or EIA. So by the 22nd of June, we should have decisions from all of the councils on whether they wish to proceed as an individual. The intent is not to then turn back and say, we still want 15 million. The intent is, it's really a coalition of the willing, for those that are willing to commit, that will take those funds and use that, and then we'll just reprioritize some of the airline activity that we're going after if for some reason it's less than 15 million.
Okay, so we can proceed even though there might not be 100% participation. That's basically what you're saying at this point. But we don't need everybody in or nobody in. It's whoever's in is in, and whatever that amount is. But the base amount, is that going to change if not all are participating?
The base amount will be reduced by those that are not participating. So if it's 13.5 or 14.5 million because some have decided not to, then we'll proceed with 14.5 million.
Okay, so it's not being made up by those participating. It's just going to be lowered by those who aren't. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Said that, Councillor Katarina, I just wanted to state that depending on the outcome of the vote today, I will certainly be liaising with all the CAOs in the region in terms of where we're going and trying to lead by example.
Thank you, Mr. Corporal. Thank
And
you.
I would just say that from the meetings with the mayors, it's hard to say whether everyone will be in. But we certainly won't be alone in this. There are many, particularly Leduc City and Leduc County, who understand this from up close, and others are learning. So we won't be alone in it. Whether we'll count all the way into the teens really remains to be seen, to be honest. But so it's a good question, but we won't be alone in it. That I'm sure. All right, Councillor Knack, you're still on the board from before. I'll give it to you to close. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, now that I see the motion, I have a question. I don't know if I need another round for that. This is post-motion.
No, it's on the motion, so it's okay.
Yeah. I'm just curious, given the money's going out over 3 years, but we're grabbing it all out in year one, what the rationale is, and I understand for the next 2 years, it's all coming out of a fixed budget, but the third year will come out of a budget that hasn't even been set yet. And I'm just wondering, the wisdom of tying up money for 3 years where there may be one-time money is available in that next 4-year budget that we could grab. So thoughts about that?
Councillor Henderson, I'll try and answer that. In order to have, and Ms. Padber, she's not with me. In order to have the money available to secure the funding, we are signaling a funding source for this. Like everything else, we will try and be flexible, but you will understand the COVID funds for 2019 were for 21 and 22.
No, yeah, that I get.
Yeah, the third, we're identifying the intent, and it is still a one-time piece out of the PAYGO, but if we do find some money, we will switch that around, Council.
Yeah. So if we didn't do the pay as you go in, but the trouble is, this motion says we're going to pull it out now. If that pay as you go got pulled out in year 3, so we know it, we're committed to doing it. There's an opportunity lost with that money in the meantime, is there not?
We would not have been allocating it until then. Again, we are borrowing from future.
Okay. All right.
No, it's not. It's just borrowing from future. It's not allocated now. We're not changing what we're doing at this particular moment.
Okay, because I'm guessing there will be one-time money in that next budget that could cover that third year.
I hope you are right.
Yeah, great. Okay, thanks. Well, I won't be around to find out, so I'll be around to watch from the outside. Great, thanks.
And I would just add, Councillor, that one of the reasons we're good with this is because the way the money's going through Edmonton Global, gives us greater accountability because of our shareholder role there, which is how we wanted it. So it's good from an accountability perspective, I would say.
Any other questions? Speaking to it? Councillor Cardinal, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
Thank you. Well, let me be uncharacteristically brief. This is the ballgame for our business community, for trade, for tourism, for investment attraction, for talent retention. If we do not protect our airport's competitiveness and intervene strategically here with our neighbors, air service in the aftermath of COVID will consolidate in Calgary. That's already beginning to happen as a result of COVID. And if we don't step up to fight with our neighbors for the best connectivity for our citizens and businesses, we will never recover. So this is second-class city, and it's time for this city and region to put our money where our mouth is on this front, and give the airport the tools they need to keep doing the excellent economic development work they've done on our behalf, securing flights like San Francisco before. And that does require some incentives and some de-risking, particularly in this environment, which is tricky for all businesses, including airlines. So we have to be very strategic about this. We have to be decisive about this, and we have to be bold about it. And we need to take a leadership position in the region. I don't think we'll be alone, but we'll also need to keep track of who's in and who's out on these kinds of things over time. So that's all I'll say. Please support. Councillor Walters?
I'll be even briefer. Shared investment for shared benefit defined right before us. Please vote yes.
Well
Make
said.
it real.
Anyone else speak? Councillor Knack to close?
No, I think you said it all. Thank you.
Tray tables up and seat backs up. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Walters?
Oh, my vote in progress. It is a yes.
Thank you.
There it is.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. And that is carried 11-2. All right. So let's turn back to item 6.1, the supplementary capital budget adjustments. Now, again, reminder that we did have the presentation in the morning, which is great. We've got the motions in front of us. We motions and then go into questions, or we can do questions and then move into the motions and then deal with the recommendations in the report. My sense is we should probably ask some questions first, but just a caution not to get into debating the motions that are on the floor, because they'll each need to be dealt with separately, and there'll be an opportunity to ask questions about each of them. If you're asking how they fit into the grand scheme, that's fair ball. But if we're getting into debating them, then we'll have to put them forward. So with your indulgence, let's take questions on the presentation first, then we'll deal with motions on the floor, then we'll deal with the recommendations from administration. Sound good? Any objections to that approach? Okay, then questions on the materials and the presentation. Councillor Knack, you'd selected this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions. First, related to attachment 8 and the changes to the completion date. I was just curious. I wasn't quite understanding why we're changing the date versus just having a new capital profile. I recognize from how I read it, it's work under a program that exists, but this is new work and not so much a continuation. So I just wanted to get a sense of why changing the date versus here's the new capital profile for this.
I can start, Councillor Knack. So it's there was a scope change done to this project before, just to increase for some implementation timeframe on the project. So it's all within the same profile still. It's the same project. We just increased the scope, and last time we didn't correspondingly increase the change in timeline. So that's all this is doing.
Okay, sorry, I just wanted to, because the attachment talks about how it was successfully completed by May 2020, and that there's new work happening under this program, but it's new work. So I'm still, am I misunderstanding that attachment? It sounds like we completed what we had set out to in the original profile. There's more work under this banner, but I'm just not sure why there isn't a separate profile instead of extending out something that's already done. I mean, maybe you make it might be the same profile title with a new number to recognize this is actually a new project, not something that was incomplete.
Yes, it's just a continuation of the existing project. It was implemented according to the timeline, so it was put into effect. So just a bit more implementation work that was required as a follow-up, monitoring, compliance, things like that. So just for that, the scope was increased, and then we just wanted to be clear that would go over an additional time frame. So we're just increasing the timeline on the project within the same profile, same project.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Okay. I guess what I'm trying. My understanding is when we would do these type of motions, which I know we got that memo, which showed. Thankfully, it's very rare for us to change the dates. Typically, that was done because there was something very new, and I'm not Sure, but I'll defer to you if you feel this is the right way to go versus a new profile. I'll leave it be. The way it's worded doesn't suggest to me that it should be using the same profile, but I will stop being picky on that. Then I will just move on. The only other things I wanted to ask about with some of these projects. So we've got, where is this here? Where we're making a few scope changes or budget changes, such as the Stadium LRT, but not exclusive to the Stadium LRT. There are a couple of them that we are increasing the budget. And I just wanted to double check, are any of those projects that we're increasing the budget to, were they developed under the PDDM process, or were they under the old model still? Were they legacy projects?
Hi, Councillor Knack, it's Adam Laughlin. Although we had the PDDM in place for Stadium LRT on the basis of the method of how that project was approved, unfortunately, it didn't follow PDDM. That was a project that was originally identified to leverage grant funding through ACT, and through those discussions, council still identified it as a priority. As such, it didn't have the necessary preliminary design to fall into the PDDM process, so that would be one. In terms of other budget adjustments, bear with me.
That's just maybe something, I mean, if you have it, that's great. It might be something to add to the future detailed sheet, just so we know. I know that ideally we don't have tons of legacy projects still remaining, but I want to make sure I have comfort that generally speaking, PDDM is doing what it's supposed to, and that the rest of these projects continue to, anytime we make a change, it continues to reinforce why we made the switch to PDDM.
Yeah, the other one that I'll highlight is one that's been an emerging one for some time, which is the 50th Street rail grade separation, and that was one again, which is the challenge with the PDDM. When there's a grant developed, at times we don't have the ability to create the necessary design details to be certain. So that would be the other one that I would highlight.
So safe to say, even with those two, which were under PDDM, weren't truly processed the same way a typical PDDM project would have been done.
That's correct. We still process the same way, but unfortunately budgets were approved at a time where we didn't have the details at gate 3, essentially, or checkpoint 3.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that. Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Laughlin, on the stadium station, the 17 million for that and others, do you have a split of what it actually cost or the increase to the stadium station itself?
The increase for the stadium station is just under 12 million of that total 17 million that's been identified. And that's within the tolerances of the original conceptual estimate of the plus or minus 50%. So we always flag that the accuracy of the estimate at a conceptual level is plus or minus 50%. And in this case, unfortunately, the risks were realized.
Can you be a little bit more specific on exactly what, I guess, not surprise, but what the risk showed from the work being done?
Certainly, Councillor Caterina. We discovered as we started to take apart an older facility, there was some additional roof work that was required. We didn't anticipate some of the additional catenary work that was required and communication cable work that was required. And some of those turned out to be significant just because of the premium associated with some of those materials, etc. And that's a direct relation of some of the something we talked about earlier this morning. I think Councillor Esslinger brought it up, just some of the commodity prices that we're seeing from a COVID perspective. So
okay, the cost increase. So with this work being done, though, I mean, looking into the future, it's going to be complete shortly. In that, it will have a considerable benefit. Basically a new station, refurbished station to station lands that Rohet is developing now, and the TOD, and I could probably say that that'll probably be the first significant actual TOD development tied with an LRT station that complement each other and have both contributed one way or the other.
I won't sort of say that it's the only one. That it's certainly a benefit for sure. And I would say, Councillor Katarina, it's a benefit to the development, but also from an accessibility perspective, it's a huge improvement. Creates a much more accessible station. And I think you flagged previously a number of times some of the SEPTED issues that just from previous designs and previous sort of efforts, we're able to improve significantly. So I won't get into the discussion related to the only one, but it certainly helps the TOD and the accessibility at that location for sure.
No, that wasn't my intent. If that's the way it came out, it's not the only one, but it is one of the ones that it actually has moved along and has progressed with considerable development. And the station rehab is certainly a big plus to the general area. Thank you.
100%, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Other questions on the reports? I've just got one. Councillor Carmel, if you could take the chair, please.
I have the chair.
So the housing projects that require some transfers to cover costs. There's not a ton of material in the reports about what's driving that, but I assume our folks who are building these bumping into the same material cost and other construction pinch point costs that the conventional construction and home building market is bumping into, or are there other factors?
Thanks, Mayor Iveson. I should have mentioned that one as well from a PDDM perspective. The funding was granted prior to getting those details in place, and we've worked through those. Some of the challenges, and CMHC has acknowledged this, that other municipalities are experiencing a similar shortfall. The unit estimates that were mostly derived from conventional construction, they don't really reflect the accelerated pace from a modular build perspective. So that's one of the factors. The other one is site location specific in terms of geotechnical conditions, the more details that you need to be able to really confirm those budgets. So, sort of a full sense, I think it's unit price estimates are lower, and I think other municipalities were experiencing this, and site location issues that just at the level of the launch of it, we just didn't have those details, which is understandable because the program was very, very fast.
It had rapid in its name, so
that's correct.
Okay, but the way, if I read the way the recommendations are structured, it's roll in the resources to cover it in the sort of with some contingency, and then harvest the contingency, whatever's remaining, and we'll work to manage costs. Whatever's remaining goes back for reallocation in the housing reserve.
That's correct. Similar to the approach we take with the neighborhood renewal program, where we have the appropriate contingencies in place, and if those risks aren't realized, the dollars that are freed up, which I think there are some identified within this budget as part of the different adjustments, it's returned to the neighborhood renewal program. We would take the same approach with this program.
Okay, that's helpful to have just really crystal clear. Thank you. Those are the questions I had on the reports before us here. So I'll take the chair back and just check one more time for, thank you. Check one more time for any other questions on the presentation or the reports or the recommendations. Seeing none, then let's deal with the motions on the floor left over from before. Just trying to get the right page in front of me here. The first one, there are two. There's Councillor Henderson's Rolly Miles design, and then there's Councillor Banga's Parsons Road. So Councillor Henderson, I'll go to you first. the motion is before us actually on the floor at this time because it was postponed to this moment, really. So over to you to.
Well, just a quick question first, whether or not I should be changing the funding source to the corporate pool.
Yes, I think so.
So I don't know if that's friendly, but we should probably, the pay as you go is probably redundant now.
Yeah, I think the nomenclature has evolved here. So unless there's any objection to the restatement of the motion to reference the current way of talking about the funds that are available, which is the corporate pool. That was not an option that was available at the time. So I'm hearing no objection to that. So so the motion that's before us here, as adjusted on its funding source, is that a capital project CM 1010 be increased by 3.7 million to fund design up to checkpoint 3 for Rolling Miles Leisure Center, funding from the corporate pool, pardon me, as follows. The cash flow would be 2021 would be 1.1 million, the 2022 would be 2.6. There, I'll ask a question about whether that timelining and profiling has evolved as well, but I'll ask that on debate. So, but anyway, that the motion's in order in that form, subject to further amendments. So, go ahead and introduce it, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably most people will remember this. We've had a fair amount of presentations on it over time. This motion has been sitting there, you know, wanting to come to us now for close to 3 years. We probably would have passed it in the original capital budget, but it ended up being on the wrong side of that lottery that we had that year, and we kept on trying to defer it. And we could defer it up to a certain point because there wasn't an urgency to do it until now. But the need to be able to do the design in this capital cycle so that it would be available to be considered in the next capital cycle, that we've now run out of time on that. And, you know, I would just remind people that this is in a neighborhood where we put an awful lot of new building and new density and improved in. It's a neighborhood that's one of a set of neighborhoods. It's not just Queen Alex, it's Strathcona, Garno, McKernan. There's a number of other neighborhoods in there. Ritchie, I think, also would be affected by this. Allendale for sure. You know, these are neighborhoods where people have made the commitment not to have a car, to move around in other ways. They're probably our most they are our most walkable neighborhoods, with the possible exception of Oliver, which I would argue is going to have the same challenges. In this case, both of them, these are areas that we're asking to take huge amount of changes in terms of density, and we're actually effectively pulling facilities out if we can't get going on this project or go the next step. And the community said loud and clear to us 3 or 4 years ago when we wanted to go in and just redo the park, we'd way prefer you use the money to design this center rather than just doing the park. And all of that gets stalled and wasted as well if we can't keep this project going. The existing pool that's been there for a long time, which is really the only facility with anywhere close to this neighborhood, is being held together with Band-Aids at this point. We've known that for 10 years, and this was the solution to that problem. But if we can't get it going into this next set of design, we could be pushing this off for another 7, 8, 9, 10 years. And the problem with that is, if you'll think back to the reports that we got on how we pay for this, there was real interest in the community, and I think willingness to use some kind of levy to pay for part of it. There is interest as well from a number of the developers in there to step up as well. It's not going to pay for all of it, but I think it could pay for a good chunk of it. If we wait too long, that money will be gone. Those buildings will be up, they'll be finished, and the keenness and interest on their part to see to invest in something that's going to help their projects will wane. So I think there is some urgency to this. This is really just the design money. The real choice is going to have to be made by the next council, but they will not have that choice if we can't do this design work now. And that's why I'm putting it forward. I think we heard in the spring or in the fall when we last talked about this, that this is our last window to get this work done. So it could be available for the next capital round. And, you know, not going forward to this, I think would go very much against the entire spirit of the city plan, where we've talked that if there's any 15-minute neighborhood, it's these neighborhoods. And yet, if we don't give them this kind of facility in the middle of it, they will not be able to get to anything without a vehicle. And there's nothing else even remotely close to being in walking or biking or even transit distance. You know, if you're going to use Kinsman, you can't get back by transit or by vehicle from the same side of the river. You've got to cross the river, go all the way through downtown to take one of the bridges back. And that really is their closest facility. So in some ways, yes, this is and I would say that one other thing that it was interesting about this is I think we're going to have the same challenge in Oliver, where we need to start thinking not of a big new rec center, but one of these kind of pocket-sized, much more functional, much smaller neighborhood pieces that can be done without all the big bells and whistles, but that can give something in the core of neighborhoods that we're expecting a lot of people to move into and have approved a lot of people moving into the recreational opportunities that mean you don't have to have a car to get to recreation. So I would really, really encourage people to support this. It's been sitting here for a long time. From my point of view, this is my last kick at this, and arguably, if we don't do it now, we're probably pushing this project off half a decade, if not more.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So I guess to administration, perhaps you can remind us first of all of what the status is of the Coronation Rec Center and the Lewis Farms Rec Center. It feels like we have two rec centers that are already, in essence, shovel ready and on the shelf waiting to be built. Is that fair, Adam?
That's correct, Councillor Cartmel. Lewis Farms is approaching checkpoint 4, and Coronation is, from council's last approval, is advancing past checkpoint 3. So they are fairly close in terms of where they're at from either tender ready or construction manager ready or shovel ready, based on how we advance with the delivery method. Subject to funding, obviously.
Well, that was sort of my next question. I mean, have we not made, this may be unfair to you, Mr. Lachlan, but have we not made commitments to those two communities that those rec centers are more or less next in the queue, so that when funding is available for more recreation centers, that it's those are the next two?
Can't speak to specifics other than to say both have been on the table for quite some time. They've advanced, actually, the design has advanced considerably for both. And I believe Coronation actually started first. So they've been both identified as priorities for council, and prior to 2019 supplementary capital budget adjustment, there was consideration for those, but just from tax levy impact, I believe council decided not to advance.
And we've talked a lot today about how much pressure there's going to be in our budgets over the next few years, and not a lot of extra room for big expenditures. Not to presume anything or preclude anything, but that has been the tenor of the conversation today. So I guess to Councillor Henderson, all of the things you just said and all of the times you've said them, I completely support and agree. The idea of smaller scale recreation makes that those projects easier to contemplate, and we're going to have to reinvest in some of the more core neighborhoods. But all of that said, would we be setting up this neighborhood for a bit of expectations that might not bear fruit for quite a number of years, given the queue of construction that we have?
I would say there's two factors in that. One is I think they're prepared to look at local levies and things and other kind of funding tools to make this happen. We can't go to them with a local levy without a building that we're not prepared, that is not ready to build. It's just not sellable. And I think the same thing would be true for the development interests in there. They're not going to come to the table with that for the planning money. Why would, that's an unfair ask to do a levy just to do planning, I think. So we can't even look at that unless that planning piece is done, and look at, I think, novel ways to be able to fund this. And the other thing is, the facility that we have there is not going to last another decade. So you're actually going to be pulling a facility out of this neighborhood. It's not just a question of them needing to put another one in. The pool that's there is not repairable. And this was a creative way to try and come back with something else, which was a different model to imagine how we can do smaller scale but multi-use rec centers, not individual facilities within our inner core in the cities. And that's why I'm saying, I mean, Oliver's going to have exactly the same issue coming up, and we need to find a way to answer that. Or we're not going to be able to attract people into the core of our city. If we're saying, we want you here, but we're not going to give you facilities.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Walters?
I'm just to speak to it.
Okay, any other questions on the motion? Councillor Walters, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks to Councillor Henderson for his longstanding advocacy for this project. And I agree, if you supported the city plan, which sensibly the large majority of council did, this is a very sensible piece of implementing the city plan. If you supported the many large infill projects, project applications in these communities, which large majority of council always did, this is a very sensible project or motion to support as well. If you supported the life support for the oft-threatened smaller rec centers in the last 2 budgets, this is a sensible investment in this area. Councillor Henderson just noted that the current facility there is, aspirating as we speak, and something new is required yesterday and not just tomorrow. So design funding is prudent in my view. And if you support engaged citizens and the fact that they should be given their due consideration, this particular set of communities has been as engaged as really any I've experienced in my time on council on this particular issue, not just in preserving the facility that's there now and keeping it there, but in future planning and getting ready for what we all know is going to need to be put there, built there eventually. And ultimately, in the spirit of cost control, innovation, finding different ways to fund things, if you support community groups that are willing and bending over backwards actually to be innovative and creative in their funding approach, I think we should support putting our chips on the table first as the order of government that's responsible for recreation facilities and has, even in tough times, some capacity to continue to build our city and provide facilities that make neighborhoods healthy. Everybody on this council is aware of the return on investment from investments in recreation. It's aligns completely with the healthy city goal in our Connect Edmonton strategy. And supporting this today is, I think, very, very important to making that commitment to that community, to our city plan, to funding innovation, and allows us to not force a future council to make a decision down the road that we can simply make today. So thank you to all the members of the community who have been such strong voices on this, and to Councillor Henderson as a councillor for the area in his advocacy for it. I will vote yes to the matter before us.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize. Hopefully not everyone can hear the hail that is coming down here that is hitting right up against the window. So I hope it's being blocked out. At least in the west end, we've got some hail. So briefly, I just wanted to say I will support this. And I very much appreciate the questions that Councillor Carpmel raised. I don't want to support this and give false hope that we're going to be able to fund it in the next capital budget without doing something different. With the Lewis Farms Rec Center, as was mentioned, we passed a motion back in February asking for expressions of interest with other partners to find a way to move that forward. Likewise, something like this is probably not going to be advanced if it's just going to be after 100% city funding in the next capital budget cycle. I don't want to presuppose what the next council will decide, but I'm just not sure where that money would come from. But I think it's important, as Councillor Walters has talked about, to advance this now. If we're going to allow creativity to move forward, if we're going to try to find ways to do things like this and fill needs in communities across the city, we need to be able to at least get to that point to allow them to do that work. So I think it makes sense to support this. And like with all of our other recreation projects, I think we need to make sure that the communities realize that they need to figure out ways, we need to find different partners, we need to find ways to help move those things forward, because yes, if it came forward and we had just enough money to, sort of fund our next priorities, I'll of course advocate for the project that is now at a shovel ready, or will be at a shovel ready point in about 3 weeks time. But I hope we don't have to be picking and choosing. I hope we can actually find some unique ways of moving it forward. And then, as Councillor Walter noted, I think if we are really going to embrace that notion of 15-minute communities and really lean into what we just approved within the city plan, we need to make sure we have recreation opportunities like this spread throughout smaller recreation opportunities that allow people to more easily access them in their communities without always having been forced to go quite a distance to get somewhere else. So I think we're at a point now where I feel it is time to support this. I've supported deferring it in the past because I didn't think we were quite ready at that point now. And I think now is the right time to support it for where we're at. So I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor McKean?
I will be supporting this as well. One of my fears, I think, as articulated by Councillor Henderson, is delay this again and we might actually end up, if not killing it, pushing it back to the point where the current facility dies on us. And like Councillor Henderson, I'm obviously very biased towards these walkable communities and the commitment, I think, that we've made as a city in our plans to foster these higher density walkable neighborhoods, and then to ask them to hop in a car and drive 20 minutes or more to get to a rec facility seems to violate that unwritten contract we've made with our constituents. I'm also not interested in picking one over the other. I know that Coronation and Lewis Farms are highly desired facilities in those neighborhoods, and I'm not picking this over them, but moving it ahead in the planning stages makes sense for me too, that those other ones are further along in the planning, but that doesn't mean we would leave this one behind. So I'm happy to support this, even in these very difficult times. If I learned one thing from the last couple of budgets, is Edmontonians love rec centers, and those ones that are in neighborhoods, man, they got their arms wrapped around them, and they will not let us kill them. So it seems to me that we must all recognize that these recreation centers are beloved by Edmontonians and are clearly part of our community culture. So yes, I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
So I don't have much to add to the excellent arguments that have just been made, and I agree with all of them. I think zooming out to the conversation we were having this morning, though, about the fiscal pressures of the city of Edmonton, certainly, our capacity to undertake significant stimulus projects in this environment is unfortunately limited. But when an opportunity comes along to keep something moving to get it through the PDDM gates to a stage of design where you can nail down the scope and begin to come up with some estimates and then begin to build a funding formula, to Councillor Henderson's point earlier, you really do need to advance some steps. And that does cost money to do it properly. And I echo the argument a number of people have made that if we don't do this, it will be several years before it's even back on the table realistically. And so I'm going to support this today because I think it's unfinished business. I think Councillor Walter's points, particularly around, if we were content to say, no, these things are going to close, then we should have done something different at the operating budget, but recognizing what we heard from communities, and then particularly in these neighborhoods where community leaders like Julie Kuzik and others have made the case for why we need the reinvestment. Folks from the school have illustrated how important it is to them. And then there have been quite a bit of different kinds of openness to partnering with us on this. I think the will is there. I think the need is there. There are some gaps in the city's fiscal framework as it exists today, and that's under pressure because of COVID. But, Sconapool has been there for, 60 plus years. The neighborhood's been there for more than 100. Neighborhood's going to be there for another 100. And the kinds of decisions we ultimately as a city make about protecting and enhancing amenities to support next to downtown and Oliver, the other major infill intensification node outlined in the city plan. I think that does require reinvestment. And I too, as to Councillor McKean's point, don't want to wind up with, picking one over the other. But remember, a few years ago, there was a backlog of 4 rec centers that the city needed. And it was ultimately a consensus of council to say they're all needed to move them forward. And so that will be for the council today to work out within the limitations of what they have. One thing I would note is that, some of the borrowing that's been undertaken over the last many years, some of those borrowing bylaws begin to expire, and there will be some debt room associated with those and some debt service that was locked in at much higher interest rates than we're seeing. So as long as rates stay low, the leverage will improve in the coming years by the time design is done on these things and the fiscal situation is such that some of them can move ahead. And perhaps with the right stimulus and support from senior orders of government, these could move ahead sooner. But it's not out of the realm of possibility that the city can advance all of these projects in the coming years, not to put a timeline on it today. But if we don't have them ready, then when the dollars are available, they're not going to happen. So we've got to get it shovel ready. This does that. The one thing I would just note before I yield or go back, ask for the chair back, is that the cash flow, there is an update to that. So I will move a change to the cash flow, which would be 100,000 in 2021, 1.6 million in 2022, and okay, this is also, is it the same amount? Yeah, it adds up to the same amount.
It does.
100,000 in 2021, 1.6 million in 2022, and 2 million in 2023. So I'll move a change to the cash flow.
Second.
Might be friendly.
I suppose I can just seek any objection to the change.
I don't think I have an objection. Just a quick question. When it comes to, if it's all right.
I think it's all right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. When it comes to the next 4 year, is this going to change, how it could be considered in that 4-year budget? That would be my only concern, because it means we won't have more definitive numbers until, I presume, the end of 2023, and we've already will have done the 4-year.
Councillor Henderson, I think what this can do is put us in a position where we're able to provide appropriate numbers as part of the next 4-year budget council consideration. What it wouldn't have is all of the details. So it'd still come with a risk factor associated with the accuracy of the estimate, but we make that clear with council at that time.
Okay, I'm fine. That would be my only concern, because obviously at this point, we've now lost another 6 months, so I get it, from when we originally came up with these numbers, but we really were trying to back it up so it could be ready. Not knowing what council's going to do at that point, and it is a 4-year budget, so obviously it could go at the end of that period if it happens at all, but I'm okay with this then. Thanks.
Any other objections or potential objections to this change? Then I think we can consider this amendment to be friendly, and I think I can return the chair at that point.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Anyone else speak? Councillor Henderson to close.
There's nothing I can add. Thank you all for speaking so warmly of the project. I'm hoping it passes. I encourage everybody to vote yes.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadick.
I'm a yes too.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Councillor Katarina?
Yes, for me as well, Madam Clerk.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That's carried 12-1. All right, next, Councillor Banga, your motion is up that was on the floor previously with respect to Parsons Road. Are there any changes to the timing or structure of the motion before we get into it?
No, it's, I believe it's good as it is, unless somebody else has any better suggestions to it.
Okay, then go ahead and introduce it.
Okay, thank you. As I know it could be, and it might seem a little anticlimactic considering all the budget discussions we had this morning, but this is long overdue. I'm not saying we need to build this road tomorrow, but again, it is just to keep this thing on the go. And there were so many inquiries in the past from the residents in the area that we have gone from no residents on the south of Anthony Handed to now full flat population base south of it, and but the road, the middle portion is a pinch point, and it can only be helpful if we somehow keep advancing it. If we don't do it now, there is never going to be enough money to say let's go do it in full. So this is basically a promise to the community that we are actually doing something. We haven't forgotten about them. Again, just to advance it from to checkpoint 4, and it is just planning money for now and design. And I think we should be able to somehow promise these folks that yes, this is on our radar, and that's about it for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Questions, Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and sorry to keep dwelling on this, but you know, I remember back to our budget discussions in December 2018, and so I guess, Mr. Laughlin, I want to start with you because we were scheduled to receive a report this June that was supposed to have the detailed breakdown of some of the work that we would start to do across the entire city in all new areas. And from what I've seen, I don't see the status of that report on our upcoming reports anymore. So I just want to first check to see when is that coming.
My understanding is that it'll be coming in 2022, Q1 or Q2. I think the challenge that our folks, this is with urban planning and economy and our department, that with the approved city plan and broader fit from a transportation perspective, needing time with that in terms of city plan overall approach for implementation.
So this report that's coming up, and while I'm not excited about its delay, to be perfectly honest, because I think it's been postponed a few times now, the idea behind it is we have about $250 million of road widening work to do. If we were to widen all arterial roads that are our responsibility. There's another $300 million that it's developer responsibility. We have $250 million, including Parsons Road, including Winterburn Road, including virtually many other arterial roads in new communities spread out across the city, correct?
I'm not sure the specifics. Maybe Ms. McCabe can support with this.
I think that's the number that was in our last report, 250 million, if I remember it.
Those numbers seem correct. I don't have the report in front of me, Councillor.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I remember that one. I just wanted to, and I see a couple of the nodding heads. So this report that's coming up was supposed to say, we don't have, it says, well, and the report already said we don't have 250 million. So let's go back and look at what this a lower dollar amount could do for different types of improvements across the city. Turn bays, additional traffic signal adjustments, things like that. That is my understanding of what's supposed to come back. Is that correct?
That is one component of the report, as well as looking at how you do an overall prioritization of lane widenings from that very large ask.
So so I guess that leads specifically here. We don't know where this road stacks in the course of all of the road widening work across the city right now, because we don't have that information yet.
We don't at this point.
Okay. Okay. I think so. We're talking about first quarter next year. My worry is I've been the one that's often put forward the postponement motion, because I think we need to have that information. I don't know if it's best to postpone it one more time, because otherwise we put all of the other road widening motions on the floor and we'd probably go in through another 2 hours of debate today. But that wasn't a question, so I'll wait to speak to it unless somebody else wants to postpone it, because I think that's the right thing. But we could also just vote no and then have it come forward as part of the next 4-year budget cycle, like all of the other things that would come forward that would be informed by that report, correct? So the intent is what we'll get in next year would inform the next 4-year budget cycle.
That's correct. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I think part of the reason for timing as well is there's a number of decisions that need to be considered from a prioritization perspective. Okay. Having a report that identifies certain priorities for roads without other priorities like transit or bike network improvements, I think is incongruent, which is why a big part of the reason that we collectively decided to pause these reports, and that cues up better for a larger conversation and a bigger consideration of priorities with the upcoming capital investment outlook and other decisions that council can make.
Okay. I think those are my questions. I'll speak to the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Well, I'm interested a little bit, and I don't know, maybe I'll start with Councillor Banga first, because this is not a package that will actually get this road built. And I'm wondering why the choice of checkpoint 4 in terms of design. Just start with you maybe, and then I'll ask Mr. Laughlin what the implications of that are.
Well, it is advancing to the next stage, and first of all, it's a promise to the promise to the community that we are actually doing something, and secondly, it's not that we are not considering it at all, and thirdly, it is when the money does become available, then we could actually dip into it and finish this project.
Well, then maybe I'll ask Mr. Laughlin, because I wonder a little bit what going to checkpoint 4 means if the project then doesn't go ahead right away. Is that a level of design that could go stale if the construction piece doesn't happen?
Thanks, Councillor Henderson. That is a concern. Checkpoint 3, as we've defined it within the PDDM, is really to give us a good understanding of project scope, schedule, and budget to a certain degree of accuracy. taking a project from checkpoint 3 to checkpoint 4, especially a road project, is essentially getting it tender ready.
Yeah.
Conditions could change if the project was shelved, whereas it's easier to dust off from a checkpoint 3 perspective.
So it's at checkpoint 3 right now?
We have funding to take it to checkpoint 3,
Okay.
correct?
And I'm guessing this is one of the questions because knowing that road, I understand, I certainly understand, but it's always struck me that the major bottleneck on that road is actually the turnoff for the Walmart. So, I'm wondering if you might end up fixing, from a traffic study point of view, whether or not we know yet how to really fix that issue.
You're getting into a level of detail that
I understand. No, I know, but these are some of the questions that probably need to get answered, right?
And I don't know if Ms. Ladisor, whose team leads the design, if she has any comments on the specifics related to the design.
Thank you, Adam. Councillor Henderson, the only thing I would add is that the mobility network assessment that our colleagues in urban planning and economy are doing will look at beyond widening, what are other strategies that we can look at. And that could be some of the pieces of the puzzle that we need to understand how we can tackle Parsons Road along with other priorities that would be coming out of that report.
And that work's already funded and is already going ahead? If I'm to follow up to Councillor Knack's question?
The work is underway. Councillor Henderson, in terms of developing the toolbox, where all of those tools would apply to those individual locations, that work is not done yet, and that will be foundational to the next budget.
Okay. All right. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, would you be to speak?
Yes.
Okay, let me just check and see if there are any other questions on this motion. Seeing none, go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that instead of waiting until this report comes forward, and I know Councillor Banga has eagerly waited to have this vote, and so I think it's just appropriate to have the vote. I can't support it because I would like to remind Council that back in December 2018, I had put forward a motion to move to checkpoint 3 for Winterburn Road, an arterial road in the West End, and what I think I would easily define as the top road widening priority in the West End for those residents. And council rightfully said, no, we shouldn't do, and I should note that in that motion, the funding source was reallocation of other West End road priorities that I was looking to use. So I wasn't even at the time requesting new funding, but councillors had said that if we suddenly freed up new money, we didn't yet have a clear idea of all of the priorities we need to do citywide. Would Winterburn Road be the top? Maybe. Would Parsons Road be higher? Maybe. We didn't know. So we did a subsequent motion at that to say, let's go and do all of that work and understand what is the scope and the scale of all of the road widening work we need to do across the city. That's the report that we were referencing a bit earlier that said we have $250 million worth of road widening work to do across the entire city of Edmonton, and that 250 is required city funding. This isn't developer funded. In that report, we were then told that administration wanted to take the time to go through and see if they could bring forward a plan that would allow us to do traffic improvements across all of these roads without having to spend 250 million, because frankly, we don't have 250 million. And so that, I think, is why it is important for us to stay true to that. If you felt the same way when this was brought forward a few years ago, I think it is equally important for us to go through this process and make sure we see all of the work that needs to be done, because you've heard me talk a lot about Winterburn Road, but I know that is not the only arterial road in the city of Edmonton that right now would like the next stage of work to be funded, with residents who have been clamoring for this funding. So appreciating the promises that the mover has raised to their community members, just as I'm sure almost all of us who have communities outside the Henday, we have made those same commitments and promises of wanting to see that work being done. So I think it would be poor form to jump ahead, having not completed all of this other work. I think we need to have that to understand which roads need to be done first, based off, and then get a budget for that and understand how much we can do and how quickly we can do it. But 800,000 is not a lot of money, but council didn't even support reallocation of funds for a road widening project a few years ago. And so I think we need to finish that other work. And so I have all the respect in the world for the mover and why he's bringing this forward and the need to do this, because almost all of us have the exact same situation in our wards. So I think if we need to fulfill our commitments to all of the residents across the city, let that work be done, and then we'll have a factual-based discussion around what needs to be done next across the city. So I can't support this, and I appreciate why the mover's bringing it forward. It is fine to have this vote, but I think we should not be supporting this until we have done that other work that is coming back next year. The next council will have that work that will inform their next 4-year budget, and then we can properly go through all of the city and do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other folks wishing to speak?
Yeah, I can't log in.
Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to add my voice to Councillor Knack's. I mean, we had a very robust conversation on this, on prioritizing infrastructure. And I think we all agreed at that time that the best use of money and the most fiscally constrained and responsible way to use money is to prioritize infrastructure based on need, and that is based on analysis. And that's why, while I have full sympathy with Councillor Banga on this issue, because Councillor Zadek will really empathize with me on 167th Avenue. We can't just be jumping the queue on these things, even though it's very, very tempting. As Councillor Knack said, we all have parts in our ward that we would love to see improvements on, that we've made promises about, that we would look into it, and we are looking into it. But we also have to understand that we are in a constrained budget time, and so those conversations that we had even just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, are even more important to hold to that ethic now. So while I would love to support this motion, I can't. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not seeing any. Please vote.
No, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I think I submitted my vote. I'm a no.
And Councillor Hamilton?
I'm also a no.
Okay, we have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. And that's been defeated 3-10. Okay. So those were the motions on the floor. Now what would be before us would be the recommendation from administration as amended effectively by Councillor Henderson's previously adopted motion with respect to Rolling Miles.
I'm happy to move that recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll second that. Any further debate on the supplemental capital budget adjustments? Our last hurrah, folks. For some of us, anyways. Not seeing any. Councillor Henderson to close.
I'm glad never to have to do this again.
Please vote quickly before anyone changes their mind.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We've got all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes. Carried 12-1. All right. That takes us next to 611, I think, which Councillor Henderson had selected.
Yeah, I really just wanted to plug in the new number that we got in the memo from Mr. Seabrick. So because we're so far into the year, instead of the 1.4, I think, or 1.14, I think we should get this confirmed by him. The more appropriate number is 970,000.
Councillor, that number is correct that you've alluded to 970,000. That is based on an estimate of the time that we would have the additional resources in place for, based on approval today and hiring the staff targeting for end of June.
So I would suggest that as an amendment to the motion.
Second.
Although actually, I don't know if the motion's on the table. Councillor Nicol, did you want to put the motion on the table first and then I can, or do you want to put it on the table as amended?
Yeah, hold on. Hold on.
Usually it's the chair, Ben.
Yeah.
Hold on. We need to add the memo to the meeting record, since we're referring to a document that
All right.
will be public in the fullness of time, but really should be added to this item.
Okay, I will move that the memo is added then.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Nicol. Is there any objection to adding the memo to the report as attachment, whichever it would be? Okay, not hearing any. That's now in front of us, and we've heard the substance of it. So, and Councillor Nicol has deferred to Councillor Paquette from the committee to make the recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, so we had a pretty good conversation in committee, and Councillor Henderson rightly pointed out that the move that was being contemplated was not in keeping with the spirit of council direction and the spirit of the city plan. So Councillor Nicol brought forward the motion that we reinstate the manual weed control, and so here we are, and put the motion on the floor so that we can have an amendment.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Nicol. Okay, so the motion's on the floor. Questions on the motion?
Mr. Mayor, can I just confirm, did the motion from committee that was sent up originally get put on the floor, or with the amendments as proposed by administration?
I believe the intent was well, at least the value suggested by administration.
Yeah, whatever's cleaner, honestly. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, so pursuant to the memo, have you got wording to that effect?
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
We've
that's
already changed it on the screen.
Great.
Okay. Do you want me to read that in, or?
Sure, yeah, just for clarity.
Sure. That the Parks and Road Branch 2021 operating budget be increased by $970,000 on a one-time basis to return the weed management program to 2020 service levels with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve. And just to quickly introduce it, there was some conversation about comfort level of using funding from the FSR. However, I believe that we got word that there will be a slight surplus from snow and ice, and that will be going back into the FSR. So this is sort of, you could say that it's sort of paying for itself through that mechanism. So, and so that should address the financial aspect of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? I've got a couple. Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
So first to Councillor Paquette, the objective would be to restore it for 1 year, and then what happens in the following year, because this has been taken out of the budget on an ongoing basis, if I understand correctly. But the intent here is just to do this for 1 year.
Yeah, that's right. Just understanding that, of course, the oft-used term that we are in unprecedented times, and we're not sure exactly how things are going to shake out in 1 year from now. Hopefully, we don't have to come back and do this again. But if we do, then I think we are going to have another serious discussion, I think, on how we manage boulevards and noxious weeds. But for now, it seems that we can maybe go ahead with this and ensure that these things don't get out of control, and we're not using a bunch of the chemicals to control it that the community has clearly said that they don't want us to use.
Thank you. Ms. Pearson, are there stand-up and stand-down costs related to doing something like this? I mean, it is seasonal work, and we would normally turn it on seasonally and turn it off seasonally, but are there extraordinary costs if it's done on a one-time basis versus restoring it on an ongoing basis?
I think that's a question for Mr. Seabrook.
Oh,
Sorry.
not sure.
Your worship, there would be no change in the additional recruitment that would happen. It would have been something that would have taken place. So it's not something that would incur any different costs if it was ongoing or one time.
But strictly speaking, if we want to do it manually versus using herbicides, then it's going to be $1.1 million a year every year.
Correct. It would have to go back into the base if we wanted to do it ongoing.
So council will need to cut something else or raise taxes next year if they wish to continue doing it when the one-time money runs out for the 1 year in 2020.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
So this is not a sustainable approach to funding this program, just to be crystal clear.
That's correct.
And you would not recommend, I take it, based on your earlier comments, using the financial stabilization reserve to pay for an ongoing program.
That's correct.
Notwithstanding that the argument's been made that there is additional money available because of presumed surplus from snow and ice in the first part of this year, we self-insulate against it being a snowy winter. So we don't know what the year-end numbers will be, notwithstanding you've allowed for the possibility of reallocation of some of that. This would not be on the priority list of administrative recommendations for reallocation.
So for clarity around that, the $1.5 million surplus, Mr. Mayor, included a $14 million surplus in snow and ice. So that money is already dealing with some of the issues we're having with respect to transit revenue and other pieces. And we're already banking on ideally being in a better surplus position to deal with downtown vibrancy if that gets approved. So that is why I cannot suggest that the FSR be an ongoing source for this. This would have to go back to tax levy, as would the mosquito program.
But obviously we can't change the funding source to something ongoing because the taxes are already set for the year.
Taxes are set, and I don't frankly have another source for you to offer.
Well, just speaking to it, I'm really torn on this because I think I had concerns about drawing on the FSR for some of these ongoing program needs. I understand that's the only source, but these are sizable, and the reserve is very close to its minimum balance. So given that we've approved a budget that made these changes before, then reversing them at this stage in the game, I understand why. So I think I'm not going to be able to support this, mainly because of the source of the funds. And I think if it is to be restored, it needs to be restored on an ongoing and sustainable basis. So I recognize the committee had no choice but to make this recommendation by source, but I think we passed the budget. It made some cuts. I think we've actually got to stick to those, tough as they are, controversial as they may be, and not paper them over by drawing down the rainy day fund. I think we've already done a bit of that, and frankly, that means there's less money in there for A, real emergencies, and B, COVID economic recovery priorities, which frankly, this is not relative to others based on everything we've seen. So I'm out of time. I'll take the chair back.
Turn the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Maybe just to speak to it, because I got to ask a lot of questions to the committee. This is here because as you will recall or may recall, I had some real questions when this was put forward at budget time, that it did not align with our IPM policy, our integrated pest management policy. And that's why I asked for the report at the time. I was reluctant to see this stay in at the time, but I asked for the report so that I could understand how it lined up. And I think it became fairly clear to me. I mean, and I fault no one. I think it was about a reading of the policy, but the policy does not speak anywhere to making the cheapest choice. It actually speaks to the healthiest choice and the best choice and the most efficacious choice. So it was not my intention in bringing this forward to necessarily suggest we deal with it now. I actually think the long-term issue is the larger one. But I do appreciate, and I have huge nervousness about using the FSR. I spoke very strongly against using it for mosquito program for all the reasons that you state. But I think the mosquito program was slightly different in that it wasn't going against an existing policy of ours. And I would argue that this has been going against an existing policy. And I don't say that angrily. I think they were trying to do their best. But it does mean it's in a slightly different circumstance. That we're actually, in doing this, doing something that we said we were not going to do, and that was a commitment that we made to the public. So for that reason, I share all your nervousness, Mr. Mayor, about using FSR, but I've been worrying about this because I was concerned about being inconsistent about it, given my position on the mosquito piece. But I actually do think, because I think we are off bounds with our policy, which is why I raised at the time and asked for the report, is a slightly different circumstance. I think we probably need a subsequent that brings this back for consideration of council at the SOBA in the fall, to actually put it back in when we have some ability to find a different funding source. But in the meantime, if we shouldn't be doing it, we probably shouldn't be doing it this year. And that would be one argument for using the FSR, even though it is a problematic place to go. I mean, if there's a reason, if there are implications around using herbicides and pesticides that are reasons why we've written the IPM the way it is, if it's going to, and it is also ironically going to affect ironically by doing it, and we will be able to do all the weeds. If all we're using is the herbicides, we're only going to be able to control the noxious ones. So we're spending less money to get significantly less benefit. So I was torn for all the reasons you said, but I think I am prepared to support it this way. But I completely agree. I think there's a subsequent motion that will need to be here that will challenge the next council to consider funding it appropriately, which is probably what we should have done in the fall rather than just using my motion that was going to come back 5 or 6 months later, to get better information about it to begin with, and let them consider whether or not it should be put back in the fall. So there is indeed a second piece to this, but I think probably if it is something we shouldn't have been doing to begin with, and we probably need a way to rectify it this year, because putting down the herbicides will have an impact, which is why we have a policy that says that doing the cheapest thing isn't always the best thing.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette to close. Let me just check. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Paquette to close.
Yeah, just very simply, I am less than thrilled about the funding source for this. I honestly am torn on whether this is something that I am actually going to vote for, even though it's got my name on it. I think that if we want to do this responsibly, we should. And I'm not sure if pulling from the FSR is the answer, especially in light of the presentation that we got this morning. If this does pass, my personal feeling is that it should be the last time that we consider the FSR a cookie jar, because it's not, and it should never be viewed that way. This is not council's money to spend, in my opinion. In my opinion, this is the public's security money. And so, we're in tight, and that's why we're having these conversations. So I won't advocate for people to support or not support this based on funding. But of course, just based on the things that Councillor Henderson said, I think that it is pushing me towards support, even though I'm not in any way thrilled about it. Okay, Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried 10-3. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if I should do a subsequent right now on this?
If you've got it ready to go.
Well, it's fairly simple, just that that the issue of ongoing funding of the weed control program return to the fall SOBA.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Nicol. You've got the substance of that, Madam Clerk?
I will figure it out. Thank you.
Well, we can just pause for a moment and transcribe it. We've got a couple minutes before the break, and I don't think there'll be a ton of debate. So,
just to confirm that administration prepare a service package for council's consideration at the fall supplementary operating budget adjustment to return the weed management program to the 2020 service levels on an ongoing basis.
That's exactly what I meant.
Thank you.
Exactly what I seconded.
Okay, so we're all clear on, we're through the weeds on this one? I think, okay, I'll stop. Any debate? Seeing none, please vote on the subsequent.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That we can all agree on. Carried unanimously. Okay, we've only got, well, there's some notices and others to deal with, but substantively, we've got item 613 up next. Why don't we pause here now and come back at 3:45 sharp to deal with that. Okay. All right. See you in 17 minutes. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome back. We'll start this time with Councillor Henderson.
I'm here.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette. How about Councillor Walters?
I am present this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Councillor Zadig.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Councillor Paquette, are you there? No? Okay. They'll be able to join us. So thank you for the motion to add item 613 to the agenda. I'm going to pass the chair at this point to Councillor Carmel.
I have the chair.
Thank you. And I think I have the most recent wording of the motion, but if for some reason I don't, we may need to adjust this slightly. But at this point, I'll move that city administration remove reference to Grandin in, oh shoot. Pardon me. Didn't look right. Madam Clerk, have you got?
I have something here. Do you want me to try to chat it to you, or do you want me to read it out, Mr. Mayor?
Just put it up and I'll read it in.
Okay. Aaron's just going to get that loaded up on the screen.
Sure. Apologies, folks. So I'll move that administration remove reference to Grandin in the station and civic signage, as well as in the audible LRT announcements as soon as possible. Two, cover the original portion of the mural with orange at the earliest opportunity. Three, consult with the Grandin Working Circle on next steps for the mural. And four, ask the naming committee to work with the Grandin Working Circle to bring recommendations for a new name or names for the station district that contributes to reconciliation.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor McKean. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah. Well, you're aging me.
Unintentionally. Go ahead. Continue, Mayor Iveson.
Thank you. So obviously it has been a heart-wrenching time in our city for many people for the last week and a bit since hearing the news of the find in Kamloops. But for others, there have been years of pain and years of questions about this particular historical figure who played a leading role as an architect of the residential school system. And historians and others will debate the merits of those public policy choices at the time in their context. But clearly in the light of today, and given the pain that I think we're not only hearing about, but I think all Canadians are beginning to feel in our hearts the pain that has been felt for generations now by Indigenous Canadians who were subject to forcible relocation as children from their parents and their brothers and sisters and their aunties and uncles and their grandparents, and from the lands that they knew, and taken often very, very far away, and then subjected to, at minimum, a sustained and coordinated effort to re-educate people would be the kindest way of putting it, from their culture, their spirituality, their language, their own history, in the context of broken kinship bonds. That's the most charitable representation. The fact of the physical deprivation, the psychological abuse that was all too common, and at times also sexual abuse that occurred in these schools, which layered trauma after trauma on children, some of whom didn't make it out alive. We've always known that. That's been in the stories that have been passed down. That's been in the documentation of graves marked and unmarked that have been found in the past around these schools, including in our region here at the Edmonton residential school where Poundmaker Lodge now sits. There were bodies there. There are graveyards routinely found at these sites. And as Elder Joanne Saddleback pointed out in a pipe ceremony I was a part of, a very, very small pipe ceremony by the library. She's the elder in residence there. That was one of her kids had pointed out to her how odd it is to even have graveyards at schools, and how asymmetric it is that those schools and graveyards are only for Indigenous kids, and that is not a settler phenomenon in this country. The asymmetry of that is very striking. And so I cried with her and with Elder Jerry as they offered medicine and offered a pipe ceremony for those 215 children and the countless others whose graves have not been discovered. And so all of that and the pain of that now being very broadly felt by people from all walks of life, I think militates us to take some action and deal with a piece of art that we can discuss further, but after consulting with leaders in the Francophone community, leaders in the Catholic community, artists, including Councillor Paquette, who had obviously a role and significant understanding of the complexity of this. With reference to all of that, as my time is running out, that I think it's time to take these steps. But I'm happy to take suggestions about how to do this more smoothly. I just thought we needed to move. So happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I do have a couple of questions for you, Dawn. What is the Grandin Working Circle?
So administration can probably provide a little bit more detailed context, but it is a group of Indigenous leaders, community leaders, Francophone community leaders, and with supports from the city and from the Indigenous Relations Office, who have been facilitating a dialogue about what to do with the mural, which folks have continued by petition to raise concerns with the city over years. And then obviously that petition has accelerated immensely within the last week. But because that call relative to the mural and somewhat also to the station name predates the find in Kamloops by some time, and in fact the first calls to deal with this are more than a decade old. But in response to the most recent petition drive, this working circle was enacted to see if folks could come up with some suggestions and possible recommendations to us with respect to the mural and with respect to the station name. And my understanding is they were on track to do that and are prepared to continue doing that work.
Do you know if anybody from the Oliver community or Oliver Community League is involved?
That's an excellent question. Maybe Ms. Miller can confirm what the neighbor
Of course.
representation is, if any.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor McKean. A member of the Oliver Community League does not currently sit on the Grandin Working Circle. That being said, they have expressed their support for the work that we're doing in relation to Grandin Station. And in fact, my office is actually working with the Oliver Community League on their own efforts to explore and rename their community as well. So, so our office is actively talking to them.
That's great, Jamie. I really appreciate that because, and Don, I know we had a brief conversation about this last week, but we're not clear on where Grandin, Grandin is sort of, at least informally described as a community. And I don't know if we've done any research on that yet, or if there will be research on that, because it's a bit odd. Oliver is this large community of 20,000, and then we refer to Grandin, and I was debating with my staff last week where Grandin began and ended. So I just wondered, Jamie, if you know if that will be part of the work to look into the history of that as well.
We can certainly look deeper into that. My understanding is that Grandin is actually sort of an informal name for that neighborhood. So it's actually, and again, I can confirm this with the naming committee, but my understanding is that it's not the official name of that community. It is just the station.
Probably with the school there and this reinforced with the station, it became sort of supported that notion of an informal name. Mr. Mayor, I would ask you a question because I've read a number of pieces, opinion pieces on removing names. It is not your suggestion that we dig into the archives, be they the city's own archives or any other archives, to completely obliterate Bishop Grandin's name from the history books?
No, not at all. And I think your question about the district is a very fair one, and that's why the fourth bullet point references asking the naming committee to look into that, because naming is one set of decisions, history is another, and nothing will change the fact that Grandin has a very complex history in this city and in this region that includes a variety of different aspects, including what was not until recently more prominent, which was the role in residential schooling and its justification. So no, there's no expunging history. There is removing an artwork that is a representation of a selective interpretation of that history, and a name which at this point is triggering for folks. But history will remember Grandin for good or ill. And the history books, this is a teachable moment in and of itself.
Yeah, I just think there's an important distinction between removing honorary naming and actual history. That's why I wanted to ask that question. And I think that's all my questions, but I would love to have an opportunity to come around again and speak to the motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. So is it your intention that the removal of the reference to Grandin at the station and on civic signage would be a permanent move?
Unless the naming committee, in consultation with the Grandin Working Circle, came back and suggested that it was appropriate to leave it, I would assume that would be the result. But it would be covering the name in the interim until a recommendation could be brought forward. So I'm trying to balance respect for the naming committee's process and their independence, put forward and center the Grandin Working Group and the folks who've been thinking deeply about these questions as a key stakeholder in the naming committee's work, And I presume that based on what we've heard from our public, that the outcome would be that the name would not continue, and that renaming would go in a different direction. But I guess ultimately that would be to the naming committee to make a recommendation.
And that's what I wanted to clarify, that we're not subverting the naming committee's own process here. I understand the reasons to that you brought this forward, but what I think a lot of people would look around the city and see a lot of things named after people whose reputations aren't withstanding the weight of history. I guess what I want to do is embolden our own processes through the naming committee and this working circle rather than subvert them. So I guess that's where I was going with that question. And so it's your intention to uphold the work of the naming committee and further the work of the working circle.
Yeah, absolutely. And the less political these are, the better. There is a gap in the naming committee policy currently and in their bylaw with respect to unnaming things or renaming. And earlier in this agenda, we rescheduled a report because they need a little more time. But they'll be coming back to us in August 24th with a framework for how to deal with these questions, which I think initially arose more in the Oliver context. But there is a policy gap. But I think this allows us the opportunity to flesh out that gap and understand it, and then work with them to fill it, and perhaps bring both the policy forward on August 24th, and if they have a recommendation for us by then, responding to point 4 here, an opportunity to use it in that policy context, while having sort of dealt with the immediate issue in the interim.
And maybe someone from administration can speak to this a little bit more. There's a working circle that's been tasked with this question for some time. I would imagine this further supports their work, but is there currently a barrier to having them proceed with this work without this motion? If maybe Ms. Miller could speak, or someone else from.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for the question. I would say that our work has been ongoing for almost 10 years in a sense. Edmontonians have been grappling with this particular station and this particular name for many years, especially since the TRC process began and the report came out and all of that information. And it seems to come up again and again continually in the public discourse of removing the name or removing the artwork or things like that. And so I think where we maybe needed the support at your level is just to give us that extra push or help us continue on our journey of I would say trying to move forward with a vision for this station. So not only renaming it or covering up art or removing art, but it has to be about creating something too. And I think for me, what I think of is that this motion helps us give us that push to get to that next stage where we can now begin that creation process, that co-development and co-creation process, which to me is it's a positive conversation, and it's a conversation that we can really do something together as a community.
Great, thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, Councillor Hamilton asked most of my questions. So just as a really quick follow-up to Ms. Miller, because I knew about the working group. I think I knew about them because we've been getting reports to the Edmonton Arts Council back on that work, because obviously it impacts the public art piece. And I've heard, not surprisingly, that there have been some very tough, difficult conversations there, which is again not a surprise given this issue. And I don't know how far back the most recent efforts of that group are, but just to do a double check that by intervening, we don't make it harder rather than easier, given I gather that they're having the really important, difficult conversations already. And I hate for us accidentally to upset that apple cart, given I think that they have been, it sounds like they're still at the kind of relationship building stage. And I just wanted to do a double check on that.
Well, thanks for the question, Councillor Henderson. I would say that, again, with this work, because it is about truth and reconciliation, and it is emotional work for people, we're always in a state of sort of building trust and nurturing those relationships that we have with one another in the circle. We do have Indigenous residential school survivors, 60 Scoop survivors, as well as Francophone community members. And I think for us, this process, again, is not about erasing history, but it's actually learning history and contextualizing history and making sure that everybody has a voice in that, in our circle. And I think that this motion, it doesn't replace that work. I think our committee has been having these very same conversations. The items that you see in the motion, these are things that we've been talking about over the past year. And in fact, in the last few months, I believe some members of our committee are very much ready to move forward with very similar, again, ideas as to what you see in the motion. And so my hope is that this motion will, again, spur us to really move forward and continue this work and give us the support we need to have these conversations and begin that co-creation process.
Great, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Esslinger.
Thank you very much. And I'm not sure who is best to answer this question, and I really appreciate this motion. And I guess I want to understand, what are we going to call this station now? Is that now just government center, or how is there another process for that? And will there be funding implications if we have to change all these references?
Councillor, for the moment, the plan is to just put City of Edmonton in place of places where Grandin would have been, and I'll just see if Mr. Sebrick wants to comment on further to that and or on the funding.
Mr. Sebrick, I believe your microphone is muted.
Thanks. Sorry. There would be some financial impacts longer term. In the interim, we would do any of the temporary work using our existing resources. And certainly on a longer term basis, there would likely be some funding that we would require, but we would do that assessment once we understood what all of the changes would involve. Right now, simply covering up some of the signing and changing some of the panels would be done within the existing program. And again, it would basically be referencing City of Edmonton, or potentially the other alternative would be to cover the Grandin and refer to it as Government Center Station.
Okay, thank you very much. And I really appreciated Councillor Hamilton's questions, because I too was wondering about moving forward, because I think there's going to be other names that may re-traumatize people, and I'd love them to have a place they could submit that and have a process that they could work with the naming committee. Is our vision then that the naming committee will come back with some sort of process?
Yes, that's the both the report that's coming back on August 24th arising from other renaming issues, but it occurs to me that and ideally the point 4 would come back with that on August 24th if they're able to do it in time. If they're not and it requires more engagement, it would come subsequent. But either way, then the new policy to guide these questions more rigorously in the future would be in place, even to guide the renaming, then the ultimate renaming of this site from Government Center.
And I guess I'm wondering if there's capacity in the naming committee if we have many of these? Will that kind of come back maybe as a concern or at this time? Because I don't know if we get a number of requests, if there will be that capacity within the current naming committee.
Councillor Essinger, Ms. McCabe here, that is a good flag and something that I'll go back to the naming committee and talk to them about. I imagine there could be capacity issues if there were a number of suggestions brought forward through the implementation of the new policy that'll be coming forward in August.
And I really appreciate that the working group has been working on this. And so hopefully in the process coming forward will be a way to engage the communities that are impacted, because I think that's a wonderful way to move it forward. So thank you very much. I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eslinger. Councillor Banga.
Thank you, sir. Questions, some of them they've been asked already, and I got a couple more. My first thing is, when we are going to be consulting with Grandin Circles, the administration is, Grandin Circle, how are these people identified? Like, how do we know who they are?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Banga. So the members of the current working circle are actually folks that have a historical connection to work on Grandin Station. The working circle has actually been in place, or I would say was convened in early 2011. Actually, it's been going on for this long. And at that time, the previous director of the Indigenous Relations Office, who herself was a residential school survivor, reached out to other Indigenous residential school survivors in Edmonton to participate in this. And so the other opportunity, of course, was to include Francophone communities in this discussion. So, for example, the Francophonie Jeunesse de l'Alberta is the Francophone Youth Society that commissioned and donated the mural to the city of Edmonton in 1989. And of course, the Edmonton Arts Council, the Edmonton Heritage Council, and Edmonton Transit are all there as important stakeholders in the process. I would say that previous councils have had to grapple with this issue and have referred it to Indigenous relations or public engagement or other places in administration for some support or basically to help try and chart a way forward to handling these issues. So I would say that the circle has been involved for many, many years. I wouldn't characterize the circle as sort of the final decision maker on these things. I would say that they are provide advice and recommendations and support. And I can foresee further engagement happening as well as we go along.
So just to develop on that, is there any opportunity for any folks at large to figure in this discussion somehow?
Certainly, we can, if there are inquiries or questions or people that are interested in the process or finding a way to get involved, I would be very happy to talk to them, and inquiries can be certainly directed to the Indigenous Relations Office.
Okay. And my last question is to the mover. I think I can probably understand why, but I want to hear from you. Why all of a sudden this urgency?
Well, that's a good question and a fair question. And I think I'll answer it in two ways. I mean, first, the petition exploded over the last week, and I think that that's relevant sign from our public of interest and engagement. It's been all over the press. calls for this action are not limited to Edmonton. There are Grandin schools in St. Albert and Calgary as well as in Edmonton. And the boards are all looking at this question and with real sober second thought. So there is public pressure and public appetite to take some action in light of the 215 children found in Kamloops. And folks have pointed out to me that as an honorary witness of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that there are moments where leadership is required, and that we are all of us called upon in circumstances like this to be definitive. And notwithstanding those calls were very strong for several days, I took several days to consult and engage with Indigenous community leaders, arts community leaders, Francophone community leaders, Catholic school board chair, and superintendent, really think this through and speak to ward councillor and speak to Councillor Paquette, given his background with the mural opposite. And after all of that reflection and input and engagement, I felt compelled to do more than lower our flags and observe them.
Okay, my time is up. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Anyone else with questions? Speaking then to the motion, we'll begin with Councillor.
I didn't click on fast enough there, Tim, sorry.
That's okay.
Or, sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor
Cartmel. So thank you, everyone, for your good questions. Ms. Miller, I'm going to keep you on the hot seat here. So one of the questions was about who should be involved in engagement in these discussions and to what degree. And I guess my question on that would be who has the necessary and pertinent expertise on these issues and the experiential knowledge. And I'm just wondering if we weigh all voices equally on this, or if perhaps just like we would in matters of science or matters of gender or whatever it would be, if there are some voices that can understand and experience and all of the attendant complexities a little bit more fluently than others.
Oh, thank you for the question, Councillor Paquette. I would say when it comes to matters of representation and history and how we talk about the experiences of residential schools and the trauma that that experience has inflicted on families in our community, you need to have survivors at the table. You need to have Indigenous residential school survivors and the legacies as well from residential schools. So we also work with 60 Scoop survivors and youth, actually, because youth are, of course, the inheritors and the beneficiaries of the languages and cultures and experiences of their parents and grandparents and the ones that came before. And unfortunately, they also inherit that trauma too. So it's an interesting conversation to be a part of. It can be really heart-wrenching at times, but I feel like when we elevate those voices of elders and children and help with some of that intergenerational healing, we get to a place where we can create something that acknowledges the pain and the hurt, but also gives us hope too for the future. So, and I want to add that I'm I'm very grateful and very thankful for the Francophone communities for being a part of this. The FGA, as well as the Société Historique de l'Alberta, I think they're amazing. They're going on their journey of reconciliation too, in learning the unfortunate impacts that someone like Bishop Grandin had on Indigenous peoples and communities. And they want to do the right thing, and they want to work with Indigenous peoples in that spirit of truth and reconciliation. So to me, those are the voices that matter. And we also have educators at the table as well who are working with us, and people that understand a little bit about how that education can happen in a way that doesn't harm people as well. And I think that's the biggest learning that I've taken away from the circle process so far, is that we do need to learn about these things, but we also need to not cause harm to people, because there are people still really struggling.
There are a lot of overlapping concerns, and it's probably a lot more complex than the average person might imagine. And speaking of that, like some people might say, well, okay, so rename this or cover it up. What's next? This, that, the other. Do we change everything that everyone could possibly be offended by? Is that the society we're in? Is that really the conversation?
No, not at all. I would say that, again, our circle process and the dialogues that we've been having are truly in that spirit of truth and reconciliation. And I would say that rather than erasing history, we're actually learning history. We're actually learning about it together. And we're sharing the truth of the things that happened in this place to our communities. And so I think, there are places and times to have these fulsome conversations about the impact of residential schools and things like that. I think in an LRT station, there are some opportunities to reflect on that. But when we sort of aggrandize somebody or lionize somebody by naming something after them, that, to me, that's not really getting to the nuance or the truth or the depth of the conversation that we need to be having as a society about these things.
Yeah, I'm out of time. I've got so many questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any other questions? Sorry for being quick earlier. Okay, I'm not seeing any. First of all, thanks, Ms. Miller, for being here to provide those answers and those insights. It's really beneficial. So speaking to the motion, I have Councillor McKean first.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. And I would start, I'll just make a few points, but start with the Oliver Community League, which has been working away for more than a year now on engagement around the name of Oliver. And I wish them luck and wish them well, and I know that that work continues. And that's another possibility of a name that will come up for removal. But I really liked Councillor Hamilton's questions about how we have to get a process right, because these will come up. And we have to be prudent and work through the process. In this case, I also had an opportunity to talk to a couple of elders last week and was very taken and moved by the impact, first of all, of the Kamloops discovery, the horrific discovery of 215 children's remains, and what that's realized about residential schools, and their impact today, and Bishop Grandin's seemingly exuberant support for what residential schools were designed to do, and that was to remove the Indian from the child. And what really strikes me on a day-to-day basis as the counselor for this ward for nearly 8 years now is the cascading effects of trauma from those residential schools. 70%, I've heard that number, of homeless people are Indigenous. And many, many of them are using substances to anesthetize the feelings that come with trauma. And there's more and more evidence all the time that trauma is a significant and real issue for the physicality of the brain and its ability to create happy, calming chemicals that many regular folk enjoy. They don't have that ability because they were victims of trauma. And there's more evidence that trauma can be passed down through DNA as well. So it's that significant. This era in Canada was that significant on these people. And then I think that, you know, we're soon to have the largest population of urban Indigenous citizens of any city in Canada. And I really am proud of that. And I'm really optimistic about that. I think the ways that the Indigenous people have taught me about kindness and compassion. Kindness and compassion was a word I heard, 2 words I heard from one elder last week as being all there is. That's what it is. Kindness and compassion. That's what our lives should be about. So it seems to me the kind and compassionate thing to do is not to strip Bishop Grandin's name out of history. His name will remain in the archives of the Catholic Church as well as our own archives. I don't know his full history. I don't know what good things he did for people, but symbolically, he is so associated with the hurt and pain and trauma that continues to cascade into our community today. And I can't imagine newcomers, new Indigenous young people coming to Edmonton and hearing that we honor with the name of our LRT station, Bishop Grandin. So I fully support this motion. And Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the work you did on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McKeon. Councillor Hamilton.
I'm going to be pretty brief on this because I think I'm going to reiterate what I said in my line of questioning. Whatever happens, I think we need to ensure that whatever our actions are here with this question, with questions around other historical figures that we may be confronted by their legacy, we don't deplatform the work of a group of volunteers who have been working on a complex and nuanced question for a long time. I think that as I was reflecting on this motion, you know, I hear the calls for immediate action. And I talked a little bit to Councillor Paquette before the weekend, you know, about why that action would be warranted now with this measure. But, you know, I think it's incumbent upon this council, present and in future, that we have patience with a process. And I say that not to slow things down, but that in trying to do the right thing, you can often go about it the wrong way. And I support this motion. I don't think it goes about it the wrong way, but I'm very cautious, you know, especially as unfortunately we're likely to hear more of these extremely tragic stories about the past of our country, about how Indigenous people were and are treated, that we do things differently. And that often means engaging in a collaborative and painful process rather than just trying to fix things. So I was worried initially that this motion would just be trying to fix things, just trying to make something go away, but I don't get that sense. What I want council to be conscious of now and going forward is that that isn't the right way always to do things, that you do need to engage in a long discussion and to hear um, uh, about hurt, hear about pain, and to work through things as a community. So I'll be supporting this, and I look forward to hearing from the working circle and what the next steps are for this district and for this LRT station. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Esslinger.
Thank you. I'm going to mimic some of Councillor Hamilton's comments because I think when you hear something as horrific as what they found in Kamloops and 215 bodies, you want to fix it. You want to do something. And I think we've heard people, and I've had emails from people as well that said, what about this? What about that? And I really appreciate that we're going to look at changing the name, but we're not going to. I was fearful that we would just run it through quickly as well. And I'm feeling more comfortable because we have a process that we're going to work on. And I'm not thinking the process says do this, and do this, and you're done. I think it says, Ms. Miller had said, it was about the listening and the learning together that we can inform those decisions moving forward. So I know I'm very proud of how the ward names changed and of the beautiful gift from the Indigenous women that were able to share that. But I'm hoping that we could come through similar processes and be proud of what we rename things as, and that through it, we are really working on reconciliation, and that we are truly listening and being understanding as we go forward. So I'm going to support this motion. I think the idea of a process for me will political, not make it political, the decisions we make. It'll allow us to hear the voices and the learnings from others and really make a stronger city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. Councillor Henderson.
It's been an interesting. It's more than just a week. I mean, I think we've been going on a journey that predates the Truth and Reconciliation, and I think, I think for all of us, our understanding is getting richer as we go through this. So just to speak a little bit about that, and I'm going to talk generically, I think, rather than speaking specifically about Grandin, because I don't want to presume any of those kind of details. But it strikes me that the news from Kamloops this week continued us on a journey that was what the Truth and Reconciliation was about. And it was as much about truth as it was reconciliation. For those of us that did not live this horror, to understand it as fully as we could. And I think that is in part what has happened to us in the last week, as we have taken as a country another step into truly understanding something that we will never truly understand. Then the real question, I think, and there's a huge difference, and this goes back to Councillor McKean's point, and this was something that I heard in one of the discussions this week, is it is really important to remember these things, but that is very different from celebrating them. And we've ended up in a situation, in a whole bunch of these naming situations, where we've ended up celebrating something that is quite devastating, and we're only beginning to understand how deeply devastating to huge members of our population. And if we continue to celebrate them, we can only be sending two messages. Either we agree, or that we're minimizing just how devastating that was. So I think there is a really important thing that, there's an awful lot of very evil people in our world who we should never forget. And I'm being generic here. I'm not suggesting necessarily, I don't necessarily put Grandin, that's for more work to be done to understand. And we shouldn't forget them, but we don't celebrate them. And I think this is not about erasing people or their choices or the past from history. We do that at our peril. This is not about canceling any of that, but we also don't need to celebrate things, particularly celebrate things that are so painful for so many. And I think that's probably the test that we need to understand that this is about not inadvertently sending messages by putting people on pedestals that clearly made choices that were quite devastating for a huge portion of our population, and did so intentionally. You know, I mean, you know, the idea of cultural genocide is not accidental. This was very intentionally, maybe done with all what they thought were their best intentions, but it was intentional. And that intention has damaged an entire culture in our country, and we should not be celebrating that. But I completely agree. We forget it at our peril, and how we have those conversations is something we also need to challenge ourselves with. And but we should not. It's really important in the reconciliation part that we do not accidentally send a message that we either agree or that we minimize.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. I was debating whether I was going to say anything about any of this, because my family has been reliving a lot of trauma this week, just like pretty much every Indigenous family across Canada. And one of the things that gives me pause is that in this job, there's already enough blowback that I get from folks about being a token, or that I can't represent everyone because I'm only going to represent Indigenous people, and all of the stereotypes that go along with that. So but I have to talk. This is a time when we decide who we are as a people and as a family and as a society. We decide who we elevate in the eyes of our children. Who do we tell our children to emulate? And it's as simple as that. I've heard leaders who should know better talk about cancel culture as if this is an intellectual exercise and an attack on values. But when you elevate people who are the architects of terror, of murder, of illness, of abuse, of genocide, and all manner of monstrosity, you clearly say what your values are. And of course, that's why I'm supporting this motion, because I think that our values as a society and our care for each other far outweighs this discussion. Indigenous people and their friends and allies have been ready for this conversation 10 years ago, 100 years ago. It's ironic because growing up, I knew about a lot of this, and I learned more as everyone learned more. But for Indigenous people, this history is very much present and constant. And it's as if there are two histories, two worlds, two realities in this land. And for Indigenous people, and I'll tell you myself growing up, I didn't understand why no one else cared about these things. I thought they knew and didn't care. It didn't occur to me that you lived in an entirely different reality with an entirely different history, and therefore had entirely different priorities. But I'm hoping that that changes. And this is the time for both fast and slow. Move fast on the things we can move fast on. Just do it. It's time. There's no point in delaying. And then move slow as well, so that the conversation and the actions continue, so that this isn't just a moment of virtue, but it becomes an ethic of virtue. 215 children who died alone, in pain and in fear, in unmarked graves. And there will be more. And then the thousands upon thousands who survived but carry that with them. That's our reality. So my hope is that with this action, we show that we value community, we value each other, and we value the spirit of Wokotowin. We are all connected. We are all in kinship. We are all family, and that family should mean love and support. And these are words we don't use a lot in government, but we should. I think of my children, and there are times when a fear overtakes me. The fear that one day someone's going to come to our door and take our children because they can. And that is a fear that every Indigenous parent has in this world today. Because even though residential schools stopped, taking children never has. And it's not a fear or a nightmare born out of fantasy. It's real. And I hope that by making moves like this, we end that fear. We end that two-world reality. And we all move forward building one world together for all of us and for all our children, because it wasn't just our children who were robbed of their culture and their beauty and their light. It was all our children. All our children were robbed. We were robbed. And it's time to return all of that back for the next 7 generations. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Anyone else before Mayor Iveson closes? Mayor Iveson.
Thank you for the fair and thoughtful questions and debate. I've had many opportunities to use my privilege and the platform of this leadership to try to make change, to be an agent of reconciliation in accordance with the oath I took for this office and the oath I took to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. They are compatible today. Usually they are. But I think I've said enough. And so I will use this time to center Indigenous voices of leadership and read to you an excerpt from Chapter 5 of Volume 6 of the Truth and Reconciliation Report on public memory, dialogue, the arts, and commemoration. For survivors who came forward to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, national events, and community hearings, remembering their childhood often meant reliving horrific memories of abuse, hunger, and neglect. It meant dredging up painful feelings of loneliness, abandonment, and shame. Many still struggle to heal deep wounds of the past. Words fail to do justice to their courage in standing up and speaking out. There were other memories too, of resilience, of lifetime friendships forged with classmates and teachers, of taking pride in art, music, or sports accomplishments, and of becoming leaders in their communities and in the life of the nation. Survivors shared their memories with Canada and the world so that truth could no longer be denied. Survivors also remembered so that other Canadians could learn from these hard lessons of the past. They want Canadians to know, to remember, to care, and to change. One of the most significant harms to come out of the residential schools was the attack on Indigenous memory. The federal government's policy of assimilation sought to break the chain of memory that connected the hearts, minds, and spirits of Aboriginal children to their families, communities, and nations. Many but not all survivors have found ways to restore these connections. They believe that reconciliation with other Canadians calls for changing the country's collective national history so that it is based on the truth about what happened to them as children and to their families, communities, and nations. Public memory is important. It is especially important to recognize that the transmission of this collective memory from generation to generation of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis individuals, families, and communities was impaired by the actions of those who ran residential schools. In order for any society to function properly and to its full capacity, it must raise and educate its children so that they can answer what philosophers and elders call the great questions of life. Those questions are, where do I come from? Where am I going? Why am I here? Who am I? Children need to know their personal story, including the part that precedes their birth. We need to know the stories of our parents and grandparents, our direct and indirect ancestors, and our real and mythological villains and heroes. As part of this story, we also need to know about the community of people to which we are attached, our collective story, all the way back to our place in the creation of this world. We all have a creation story and we all need to understand it. We also need to learn that although not all creation stories are the same, they all have truth. This is an important teaching about respect. Knowing where we are going is a natural outcome of knowing where we have come from. It is not just about where we are going to be next week or next year or in 25 years. It is also about what happens to us when we die. It is about the spirit world and life after death and the reaffirmation of the role of the Creator in matters of life and death. It is about belief and faith and hope. Those are the words of Justice Murray Sinclair, Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild, and Commissioner Marie Wilson. I ask you to reflect on those when you cast your vote.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadok. Councillor Banga?
Yes.
Thank you, and Councillor Katarina?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, we have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. I'll return the chair.
Thank you for steering, Councillor Carmel. Thank you, colleagues. Okay, we still have some motions before us. Previously given notice, Councillor Henderson is up next on 8.1 news media advocacy. Go ahead.
Great. Well, I'll read the motion in. We've made a couple of slight tidy ups just for clarity and to line it up with our process. This is a motion that's actually been passed by a number of cities across the country. The City of Edmonton Council recognizes that a healthy professional news media is essential to the proper functioning of democracy in our city. Urges nearby municipal councils and across Canada to recognize that a robust news media is essential to the proper functioning of democracy in their jurisdictions. Endorses legislation and regulations to support and rejuvenate news outlets across Canada, and urges the federal government to move quickly to pass legislation to ensure an ecosystem for a healthy news media to serve all Canadians. And that the motion be forwarded by the mayor to the area municipalities, local MPs, MLAs, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
Second.
Seconded.
Well, the only changes from the one that was sent out is to call it a motion that is in the last line and making it a motion, not a resolution, which is closer to our practice, and using our usual direction to the mayor to do the forwarding rather than leaving it generic. So just to give a little bit of background, I think the motion's fairly self-explanatory. This has been passed by municipalities across the country. The intent was to get as many as possible to pass it between, I think it was, it's not World Media Day, but it was, sorry, I'm just going back. I don't have it here in front of me, and Canada Day. So the cities that have Toronto's done it. There's quite a few across the country. I think it originally started in Waterloo. Sorry, I don't have my email up. I caught myself a bit by surprise here, but I'm happy to answer any questions about it. There were a whole bunch of whereases that went with the original motion, but that's not our practice, so I have not included them.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, that must be well explained. Oh, hold on, Councillor Zadig, go ahead.
Thanks. Is this a motion that councils are passing across the country? I wasn't clear on that.
Yes, it is. I mean, each has adjusted their wording slightly to their own practice, but yes.
Oh, okay, thanks. In any way, do you see this as limiting freedom of speech or freedom of the press?
No, I think exactly the opposite. I think it's about trying to make sure that that the press doesn't slowly get accidentally muzzled by current practice. It should have exactly the opposite effect. It's making sure that we still have press voices, and that they don't slowly get laid off and withered away.
Thanks for that. No more questions.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, are you aware, because I'm really not, about the legislation that is being proposed? I think there was, some tax relief being considered for newsrooms or something?
I think there's a number of different things that are being looked at. I think this motion is more around the larger issue than it is about specific legislation. So no, I don't have that kind of information. And this is not speaking to anything specific. It's about the need for urgent action. I think when you start getting to the specific motions, a lot more work will have to be done. But it's more about saying this is an urgent matter that is, I think, leaving us imperiled, quite frankly, in terms of making sure that as a democracy, we have access to good, well-researched information through our media.
Hear, hear. Mr. Mayor, I would speak to this now or hold off? Oh, it may have caught him in a... am I okay to speak to this, Mr. Mayor? You're on.
Yes, you may. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I fully support this. It's not just because of my bias as a former member of the media, but in speaking to Dennis Merrill of the Alberta Weekly Newspaper Association and Duff Jameson, publisher of the St. Albert Gazette, and I think a couple other newspapers in that area, Facebook is killing newspapers. Probably Google as well, but Facebook is getting all the ad revenue. They're taking locally generated content. It gets put up on Facebook. There's no revenue back to the newspapers who generate that content. And when I was in the newspaper business, one of the last owners, maybe the current owner of the Edmonton Journal, the message down was local is expensive. And so they started to build newspapers just sharing content from all their member newspapers, but it was not a local newspaper anymore. It didn't reflect the art scene and the sports scene and the political scene the way they used to. A newspaper is designed to reflect the community back to itself, to be very participatory and reflect the values of the community that it represents, which I would argue the Edmonton Journal does not do at all anymore because of orders from headquarters. But it's really important. Councillor Henderson mentioned it, but it's just integral to a functioning community as well as a democracy, that we know what's going on. We know what's going on in the world. We know what's going on in Canada. We know what's going on in Alberta. We know what's going on in Edmonton, and we know what's going on down the street. And I know that, you know, Twitter and others have probably taken over as far as rapid response information, but there's still a place for the media and the analysis they do, the coverage they do, which has been, as I've been on this side, has been painful at times. And I've been angry at times at the local media. And I have talked to some reporters afterwards about it, about how I was quoted. But I would defend them to the ends of the earth, those reporters I was mad at, because it is so important. And if, you know, how do we know what's even going on in other parts of the city if we don't have and why it's going on and why it's important if we don't have journalists and in particular journalists who have institutional memory, who've been around a long time. So I say this to you in support of Councillor Henderson's motion and maybe channeling Alan Bolstad and Ron Hayter, who both came to politics after leaving the media, made the same mistake I did perhaps. But thanks, Ben. Thanks for the motion. I think it's really important.
Councillor Essinger's next.
Thank you. And I really, I support the motion. I just have a question, I guess, to the mover, because it talks about the motion going to FCM. Is that as forming of the resolution at FCM to the next board meeting?
No, I think they're collecting the motions across the country. So somebody has you know, they've been working on this all the way along. This original request went to the mayor's office, and, you know, and I said I would pick it up, you know, because of that FCM connection. So, I think FCM, this is, you know, Prince George, you know, Garth put it forward. So I think it's a way of having a repository of all the motions nationally.
I just wanted to make sure before we went ahead. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone else wishing to speak to it? Councillor Henderson to close.
Well, you know, just really quickly to follow up on Councillor McKean's point, you know, when we first arrived in 2007, and Councillor McKean was one of them, our media center was chock full of people double desking, and I think you could rattle around in there now in terms of the people that are assigned to us. It is no different at the province. We had a whole bunch of newspapers that are now gone. And granted, some of the newspapers I think have been replaced by some really good online sources. So I think that may be part of the process. But if those online resources do not have the ability to have the people to do the good investigative work, to pay attention to what we're doing, that makes our jobs harder, and it makes it much harder for the public to really truly understand and engage in a way that I think is what we need in order for good, meaningful debate as our city moves forward and as our province moves forward and as our country moves forward. That if you do not have good information, if you don't have a way of making sure your information is on some level reliable, that our democracy will be imperiled. And I think that's a very real fear. And I think everything needs to be done to state that as a fear. And I think that's in part what this motion does, and say that we cannot just idly sit by and let it happen without saying this is a problem and we need to address it. So I'm hoping people can support this.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Banga? Councillor Hamilton?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Now, I understand there are a couple of notices of motion. One is
Well, I would make a motion if I could, Mr. Mayor, to give Councillor Essinger permission to make a notice without customary notice. It's very quickly to let people know what it is. We need a mechanism to make sure that the report that the committee's been working on early learning and childhood can come back with the Edmonton Poverty Edmonton report. It just got missed, and we need to do it quickly so that we can so that report can happen at the same time. So that's what the motion's about, and I would suggest that there is some urgency to it, and we should let Councillor Essinger make the motion.
Second by Councillor Nicol. Yeah, it's just a routing scheduling issue that we can't deal at ARC given the timelines and delegated authorities. So that's and if we wait 2 weeks to do it, we'll have missed the committee meeting where it's coming. So I understand that's the urgency, just to tease that out entirely. So is there any debate on waiving notice? Not seeing any. Please vote to allow Councillor Essinger to make that motion today without customary.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Banga, Councillor Zadek, Councillor McKeon.
I think my e-scribe broke. I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That's carried. Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you. I will move that administration work with the Early Learning and Care Steering Committee to bring forward a report at the June 30th, 2021 Community and Public Services Committee meeting to be dealt with at the same time as the End Poverty Edmonton Annual Report 2020.
Second.
And speaking to it, it's really about allowing the Early Learning and Care Steering Committee to present their report. They have some recommendations. We know that they are, not only are they funded by the End Poverty Group, which is why this was important to be timely there, but childcare was noted as one of the game changers for ending poverty. And we also know that in the Edmonton Economic Action Plan, childcare is one of the metrics we're using. So I think it'd be valuable to get their recommendations as we go forward.
Thank you. And I think Councillor McKeon was the seconder on that by just a nose. So I think that's before us self-evident, but I'll just check. Any questions for Councillor Essinger on that? Not seeing any. Closing thoughts? No? Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Banga.
I'm also yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Walters?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. And there was one more notice at least, Councillor McKeon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at the next meeting of Executive Committee, I will move that administration bring back a report to Executive Committee by Q3 2022 with an analysis of the impact that exempting some or all forms of affordable housing from municipal taxation would have, would have, options for implementing such an exemption, and any other options that may be feasible to assist affordable housing providers, including the possibility of legislative change. Thank you.
Thank you. Notice is received. Are there any other notices of motion today? Hearing none, then I believe our work is done for today. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of your Monday, and you get your Wednesday morning back. So, but see you tomorrow, nonetheless, for other meetings. Good night.